I don't care if you believe in the supernatural. I didn't either. I'm a person who trusts his senses, someone who grew up in the rural Midwest where the world is made of solid things, dirt, timber, and iron. I've spent my life working as a land surveyor, which means I'm used to being alone in the woods at odd hours, trusting my equipment and my eyes. But what happened 3 years ago in the Black Hills of South Dakota changed the way I look at the ground. Now, I don't even like to walk across a well-lit room if I can help it. I keep the lights low, or I stay in the dark entirely. Because the one thing worse than being afraid of the dark is being afraid of what the light reveals. It was late October, and the air had that sharp, metallic scent that usually precedes a heavy frost. I was finishing up a private boundary survey for a client who had bought a ridiculous amount of acreage bordering the national forest. It was rugged, uneven terrain, the kind of place where the GPS signal drops out, and you have to rely on old-school transit and tape. I'd stayed later than I intended, trying to find a corner pin that had been buried under decades of pine needles and silt. By the time I packed my gear, the sun had already dipped behind the jagged horizon, leaving the woods in that thick, purple twilight where everything loses its depth. I wasn't worried. I had a high-end LED headlamp and a heavy-duty mag light on my belt. I knew the trek back to my truck was about 2 miles of uneven limestone and thick brush. I started walking, the rhythmic thud of my boots the only sound in the woods. That was the first thing I noticed, the silence. In the Black Hills, even in autumn, there's always something moving. A squirrel in the dry leaves, the groan of a ponderosa pine, the distant cry of a crow. But as I hiked, the world went dead. It was like someone had pulled the plug on the forest's white noise. I reached a clearing where the moon, nearly full and unnaturally bright, hit a flat expanse of gray rock. I stopped to adjust the straps on my pack, and that's when I felt it. That prickle on the back of your neck that tells you your privacy has been invaded. I looked down at the rock. My headlamp was off to save the battery, so the moonlight was doing all the work. My shadow was stretched out long and sharp in front of me, a black silhouette against the pale stone. I shifted my weight to my left foot. The shadow didn't move. I froze. I thought maybe it was an optical illusion, a trick of the shifting moonlight through the trees. I slowly raised my right arm to wipe sweat from my forehead. On the ground, the shadow's arm remained firmly at its side. I felt a cold surge of adrenaline hit my stomach like a bucket of ice water. I didn't move a muscle, but I watched, my breath hitching in my throat, as the shadow on the rock slowly, deliberately, turned its head to look at me, even though my own head was facing straight forward. I did what any rational person does when faced with the impossible. I lied to myself. I told myself I was exhausted, that the long hours and the thin mountain air were playing tricks on my brain. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes for 5 seconds, and stepped forward, determined to get to the truck. But as I walked, the sensation of being watched didn't fade. It intensified. I realized that while I could hear my own boots hitting the gravel, there was a second, much lighter sound, a dragging noise, like a heavy coat being pulled across dry leaves. It was perfectly synchronized with my steps, yet just a fraction of a second off. I stopped abruptly. The dragging sound continued for one extra beat before falling silent. I slowly turned my head to the right, peering into the dense wall of pine trees. I clicked on my mag light and swept the beam across the trunks. Nothing. Just the silver-gray bark and the deep, devouring shadows of the forest. I turned the light back toward the ground, aiming it at my feet. The beam hit the dirt. There, extending from my boots, was the dark shape of a man. It looked like me. It had my build, the outline of my pack, the brim of my hat, but it wasn't attached to my heels. There was a gap of about 3 inches between my boots and the start of the shadow, and as I watched, the shadow's hand, which should have been holding a flashlight just like I was empty. Its fingers were elongated, twitching against the dirt in a way my own hand wasn't. I felt a primal, gut-level scream building in my chest, but I suppressed it. My training kicked in. Don't panic, don't run, don't trip. If you trip out here, you're dead. I began to walk again, faster this time, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I didn't look down. I kept my eyes fixed on the trail, but I could see it in my peripheral vision. The shadow was no longer mimicking me. It was pacing me. It was sliding along the ground to my left, sometimes stretching out to 10 feet long, sometimes shrinking into a dense, oily puddle, but always maintaining that 3-inch gap of wrongness between us. Then the logic of the world truly shattered. I stepped over a fallen log, a massive, rotting trunk of a spruce. As I hopped over, I looked down. My physical body crossed the log, but the shadow didn't. It didn't drape over the contours of the wood like light should. It slid asterisk under the log, emerging on the other side before I had even landed. It was moving independently, a 2-dimensional predator navigating a 3-dimensional world. I reached a steep incline where the trail narrowed between 2 high rock faces. This was the chute, a place I usually hated because of the loose scree. Now it felt like a trap. I scrambled up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Halfway up, I slipped. My knee hit the jagged rock, and I let out a sharp groan of pain. I looked down at my wound, and then I saw it. The shadow had stopped. It was standing at the base of the incline, looking up at me. But it wasn't a flat shape anymore. It was starting to pull itself off the rock. The head and shoulders were peeling away from the gray stone, becoming a thick, charcoal-colored mist that had volume and weight. It didn't have a face, just a suggestion of features, like a sculpture left out in the rain. "Help," I whispered, though there was no one for miles. The thing at the bottom of the hill didn't speak, but it mimicked the shape of my mouth opening. Then it made a sound. It wasn't a human voice. It sounded like the grinding of stones, a dry, raspy friction that formed a single word: mine. The internal debate was over. There was no more rationalizing, no more maybe. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the white-hot pain in my knee, and I ran. I didn't care about my gear. I dropped my expensive transit. I let my pack slide off my shoulders. I just ran. The woods became a blur of black and silver. I could hear it behind me. It wasn't the sound of feet. It was the sound of something sliding. A constant, rhythmic shhh that grew louder every time I passed under the shadow of a tree. I realized then how it was moving. It wasn't limited by the light. It was using the existing shadows as a highway, leaping from the darkness of one tree to the next, gaining ground every time I entered a patch of shade. I burst out of the tree line and saw my truck parked on the shoulder of the fire road. It looked like a fortress, a shimmering beacon of glass and steel. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I nearly dropped them into the tall grass. I looked back. The tree line was 20 yards away. The moonlight was bright here, creating a wide, open space of dirt and gravel. The shadow thing stopped at the edge of the trees. It couldn't, or wouldn't, cross the bright, open moonlit patch as a physical form. It snapped back onto the ground, becoming a flat, black void once more. I dove into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and locked it in one fluid motion. I cranked the engine. The roar of the V8, the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. I threw the truck into gear and slammed on the gas, fishtailing as I tore down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station in Custer, 20 miles away. It was a 24-hour place, flooded with the harsh, buzzing glow of fluorescent lights. I sat in my truck for 10 minutes, my hands still gripped so tightly on the steering wheel that my knuckles were white. I finally worked up the courage to look down at the floorboards. My shadow was there. It was attached to my feet. It moved when I moved. It looked perfectly, boringly normal. I walked into the station to buy a coffee, just to see another human being. The clerk was an older guy, skin like parchment, wearing a name tag that said Art. He looked at my torn pants, my bleeding knee, and the sheer terror I knew was written all over my face. "Tough night in the brush?" he asked, leaning over the counter. "Yeah," I rasped. I think I saw something, up on the ridge near the forest boundary." Art didn't laugh. He didn't tell me it was a bear or a mountain lion. He just sighed and looked out the window at the dark horizon. "You're the third one this year," he said quietly. "Most people don't come in talking about it. They just drive straight through to Rapid City and don't look back. You get a good look at it." It was my shadow," I said, sounding insane even to myself. "It didn't follow me." Art nodded slowly. "The locals call it the Unbound. Old story says the land up there is so old, so empty, that sometimes the dark gets tired of being stepped on. It decides it wants to be the one doing the walking." He leaned closer. "If I were you, son, I'd check your mirrors. Not tonight, not tomorrow. But one day you're going to be in a room and you're going to notice the light is coming from the left, but your shadow is leaning to the right. That's when you know it found its way back." I left the coffee on the counter and drove home. I haven't been back to the Black Hills since. I quit my job as a surveyor and took an office gig in the city, where the lights are always on and the shadows are short and crowded. But 3 nights ago, I was brushing my teeth in my bathroom. The overhead light was bright. I looked in the mirror, and then I looked down at the wall behind me. My shadow was there, but it wasn't holding a toothbrush. It was standing perfectly still, its arms crossed, watching me. And when I blinked, it leaned in, just an inch closer to my heels. "Don't go into the deep woods alone. And for God's sake, if the woods go silent, don't look down. Some things are tethered to us by more than just physics, and once they break the bond, they spend the rest of eternity trying to take the lead." The mirror didn't just reflect my face. It reflected a reality I had spent 3 years trying to bury under a mountain of mundane city life. I stared at that shadow on the bathroom wall, motionless, defiant, and terrifyingly solid, and I felt the old, metallic taste of fear return to my tongue. I didn't finish brushing my teeth. I didn't even rinse. I backed out of the bathroom, keeping my eyes fixed on the silhouette, watching as it remained frozen against the tile even as I moved into the hallway. It was only when I flicked the hallway switch, flooding the space with a secondary light source that forced a new shadow to spring from my feet, that the Unbound seemed to snap back into place. But it was a sloppy transition. For a split second, I saw 2 shadows overlapping, and the one that shouldn't have been there gave a sharp, unnatural jerk, like a dog snapping at a fly, before merging with my own. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with every lamp turned on, the hum of the city outside providing a thin veil of comfort that I knew was an illusion. Art's words from the gas station echoed in my head with the persistence of a migraine. It decides it wants to be the one doing the walking. The next morning, the sun was a mocking, brilliant gold. I tried to convince myself it was a relapse of PTSD. I looked up shadow distortions and optical migraines, desperate for a medical anchor to keep me from drifting into madness. I had a job now as a junior draftsman for a civil engineering firm in downtown Omaha. No more woods, no more limestone ridges, no more silence. Just the click of mechanical pencils and the low drone of HVAC systems. I arrived at the office early, my eyes bloodshot and my nerves frayed. My cubicle was under a bank of high-intensity fluorescent tubes. I spent the first hour staring at the floor beneath my desk. My shadow was there, cast small and dark directly under my chair. It followed me to the break room. It followed me to the printer. I began to relax, the caffeine finally overriding the adrenaline. Then came the 10:00 a.m. briefing. We were gathered in the conference room, a glass-walled space that overlooked the atrium. Our lead engineer, a man named Henderson who took great pride in his precision, was pointing at a topographical map projected onto the wall. I was sitting at the long mahogany table, my hands folded. The sun was streaming through the atrium glass at a sharp angle, casting long, dramatic shadows of everyone in the room across the beige carpet. Henderson was talking about drainage gradients, but I wasn't listening. I was looking at the carpet. There were 12 people in the room. There were 12 shadows stretching toward the far wall, but mine was different. While the others were soft-edged and grayed out by the ambient indoor lighting, mine was a deep, obsidian black. It looked like a hole cut out of the floor. And while everyone else was leaning forward or shifting in their seats, my shadow was standing up. It wasn't sitting in the shadow of the chair. It was standing behind the shadow of my seat, its head tilted at an impossible angle as if it were listening to Henderson. No one else noticed. They were all focused on the map. I felt a cold sweat break out across my ribs. I slowly moved my right hand to pick up my pen. On the floor, the shadow stayed perfectly still, its arms hanging limp at its sides. Then it did something that made my heart stop. It stepped on the shadow of the woman sitting next to me. Sarah, our receptionist, let out a tiny, sharp gasp. She rubbed her shoulder, a look of confused discomfort crossing her face. "Is it cold in here to anyone else?" she whispered. The shadow wasn't just a lack of light anymore. It was an absence of heat, a vacuum. It was standing on her shadow's neck, and Sarah was reacting to the phantom pressure. I saw the dark shape's fingers, those long, twitching, elongated fingers, reach out toward the shadow of Henderson's head on the wall. I bolted. I knocked my chair over with a loud clatter that echoed through the silent room. "Jim, you all right?" Henderson asked, his pointer frozen on a contour line. "I'm sick," I managed to choke out, not looking at anyone, especially not the floor. "I have to go, I'm sorry." I ran out of the room, down the stairs, and into the bright, frantic light of the street. I thought the crowd would help. I thought that in the chaos of 1,000 different shadows overlapping on the sidewalk, it would lose me. But as I walked, I realized the opposite was true. The city was a playground for it. Every skyscraper, every parked car, every pedestrian created a seam of darkness, a bridge for the unbound to cross. I watched in horror as my shadow leapt. I would be walking past a brick wall, and my shadow would suddenly stretch 20 feet high, detached from my feet, racing along the masonry at a speed I couldn't match. Then, as I passed an alleyway, it would drop down and wait for me, crouching in the mouth of the darkness like a leopard, only reattaching to my heels at the very last second with a sickening, silent jolt that I could feel in my marrow. I made it to my car and drove. I didn't go home. Home was full of corners and closets. I drove toward the outskirts of the city, toward the flat, featureless plains of Nebraska where the horizon is wide and the light has nowhere to hide. I ended up at a truck stop, one of those massive, concrete islands lit by stadium-sized floodlights. I went inside the diner, chose a booth directly under a buzzing light fixture, and ordered a black coffee. I sat there for hours watching the floor. My shadow was short, pinned beneath me by the overhead light. It seemed subdued, but I knew better. It was waiting for the sun to go down. It was waiting for the world to turn gray. That's when I saw him. He was sitting 3 booths down, a man in his 60s with a face that looked like a roadmap of bad decisions. He was wearing a weathered canvas jacket, and he was staring at me, not at my face, but at the floor beneath my table. He didn't look scared. He looked sympathetic. He got up, slid his check onto the counter, and walked over to my booth. He didn't ask to sit. He just slid into the opposite bench. "You've got a leaper," he said. His voice was like gravel in a blender. I stared at him, my grip tightening on my mug. "What?" "The shadow," he said, nodding toward the floor. "It's got the itch. It's trying to unmoor itself." I felt a rush of relief so intense I almost started crying. Someone else saw it. "You know what this is." "I know what happens when you spend too much time in the places where the earth is thin," he said. "I was a well driller in the Permian Basin. Something followed me out of a dry hole in '94. Took me 10 years to learn how to live with it." "How?" I pleaded, leaning across the table. "It's getting stronger. It's touching people. I saw it happen today." The man's expression darkened. "That's the 3rd stage. First, it lags. Then it moves on its own. Third, it starts to interact with the world through the shadows of others. If it manages to step on someone else's shadow and stay there, it can bleed them dry. It's looking for a way to become solid, son. It wants your skin, but it'll settle for anyone's life force until it gets enough weight to take yours." "How do I stop it?" "You don't stop it," he said, leaning in close. The smell of stale tobacco and old grease wafted off him. You can't kill a lack of light, but you can starve it. You have to stop giving it a canvas. I don't understand. It needs a surface to move on. It needs the ground, the walls, the trees. It's a two-dimensional creature trying to break into a three-dimensional world. If you don't give it a surface, it's paralyzed. What am I supposed to do? Hover. The man didn't laugh. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, silver object. It was a high-powered tactical flashlight, the kind police use to blind suspects. You need to carry the sun in your pocket, and you need to find a place where there is no floor. There's no such place, I said. There is, he replied, but you won't like it. He told me about a decommissioned salt mine 3 hours west. It was a labyrinth of white, reflective walls. Because the salt was translucent and the chambers were vast and filled with automated lighting systems, the shadows there were weak, diffused by 1,000 reflections. But more importantly, there was a specific cavern, the glass room, where the floor was made of clear, polished halite crystals over a deep, dark chasm. If you stand on that glass, the man said, and you light yourself from every angle, there's no surface for the shadow to cling to. It'll be suspended in midair. It'll starve. It'll shrink. If you stay there long enough, it'll crawl back into your heels just to survive. It'll become a part of you again. It'll be bound. And if it doesn't, the man stood up to leave. Then it'll fall into the pit, and you better hope you're not still attached when it goes. I spent the next 4 hours driving. I bought 6 more high-powered flashlights and a dozen packs of lithium batteries at a hardware store. I found the mine, a rusted chain-link fence and a sagging head frame standing like a skeleton against the rising moon. The gate was easy to bypass. The descent was harder. The air in the mine was dry and tasted of ancient oceans. My flashlights cut through the gloom, reflecting off the salt walls until the entire tunnel seemed to glow with a sickly, subterranean light. I could feel my shadow thrashing. It was no longer just sliding, it was pulling at me. My heels felt heavy, as if I were walking through deep mud. Every time I turned a corner, I could see the dark shape swinging wide, trying to snag itself on the jagged salt outcroppings. I reached the glass room. It was a massive cathedral of white crystal. In the center, a narrow bridge of reinforced plexiglass, left behind by a geological survey team years ago, stretched across a void that seemed to swallow the light of my beams. I stepped onto the bridge. The sensation was instantaneous. As soon as my boots left the solid salt floor and moved onto the clear surface, the pull on my heels vanished. I looked down. Below me was nothing but a mile of empty air. My flashlights, which I had rigged to the railings pointing inward, bathed me in a sphere of blinding white. I looked at my feet. There was no shadow. For the first time in weeks, I felt light. I felt free. I sat down on the bridge, the flashlights humming around me, and I waited. I expected a struggle. I expected the shadow to scream or claw its way back. Instead, there was a whisper. It didn't come from the air, it came from the bridge beneath me. I looked down and my heart nearly froze. The shadow wasn't gone, it hadn't fallen. Because the bridge was slightly dusty, a thin film of salt had settled on the plexiglass. It was just enough of a surface. My shadow was there, but it wasn't a man anymore. It had flattened itself out, spreading across the bridge like a spill of black ink. It was thin, miles thin, but it was wide. It was stretching toward the railings, toward the flashlights. It wasn't trying to get back to me. It was trying to put out the lights. One of the tactical lights flickered. The shadow had reached the base of the tripod. I watched, paralyzed, as the blackness climbed the metal leg. It didn't move like a reflection. It moved like a liquid. As soon as the shadow touched the bulb, the light didn't just go out, it exploded. Then the second light went, then the third. The circle of safety was shrinking. With every light that died, the shadow grew thicker, taller, more three-dimensional. It began to rise from the plexiglass, a towering pillar of darkness that blotted out the white salt walls. It stood over me, a faceless, charcoal-colored titan. It reached out a hand, A real physical hand made of smoke and spite and gripped my throat. It was cold, so cold it felt like being burned. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I fumbled for the last flashlight on my belt, the heavy maglite. I clicked it on and shoved it directly into the chest of the thing. The light passed straight through it. It didn't even flinch. "Mine," the voice echoed through the cavern, no longer a rasp of stones, but a perfect, terrifying mimicry of my own voice. I realized then what the man at the diner hadn't told me, or perhaps what he hadn't known. You can't starve the dark in a place built of shadows. The mine wasn't a trap for the shadow, it was a trap for me. As my vision began to fade, as the cold seeped into my lungs, I did the only thing I could think of. I didn't point the light at the monster. I pointed it at myself. I turned the beam toward my own eyes, blinding myself, and I threw my body sideways, off the bridge and into the void. I fell for what felt like an eternity. The wind rushed past my ears and the darkness swallowed me whole. But in that moment of pure, absolute blackness, where there was no light to create a silhouette, no surface to cast a shape, the grip on my throat vanished. I hit something soft, not the bottom of a pit, but a massive pile of discarded salt tailings, a mountain of fine white powder that acted like a giant pillow. I tumbled down the slope, bruised and battered, but alive. I lay at the bottom for a long time, staring up at the distant, tiny glow of the bridge. I was in total darkness. I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I couldn't see the floor. And for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't afraid. I realized the secret. The unbound doesn't want to be free of you. It wants you to be afraid of the light. Because as long as you are searching for the light, you are creating the very thing it needs to exist. I climbed out of that mine in the dark. I felt my way along the walls, using my sense of touch, my memory of the turns. I didn't turn on a single light. I drove home in the dark, the dashboard lights dimmed to nothing, the moon hidden behind thick clouds. I live in the city now, but my apartment is different. I've painted the walls matte black. I've boarded up the windows. I move through my rooms by touch, a blind man in a kingdom of my own making. People think I'm crazy. They see me on the street wearing a heavy cloak and a wide-brimmed hat, even in the heat of summer, always seeking the shade, always staying in the deepest parts of the alleyways. They think I'm hiding from the world. They're wrong, I'm not hiding, I'm protecting them. Because as long as I stay in the dark, it has to stay with me. We sit together in the silence of my blacked-out living room. I can feel it sometimes, a cold patch of air sitting on the sofa next to me, or a phantom weight on the end of my bed. It's restless, it's hungry, it wants a surface, it wants a shape. But I won't give it one. Yesterday, a light bulb in the hallway outside my apartment flickered on. A thin sliver of light leaked under my door, cutting across the black floorboards. I watched as a single, long, black finger reached out from the darkness beside me and touched that sliver of light. I didn't panic. I just stood up and shoved a towel into the gap under the door. "Not today," I whispered into the void. The shadow didn't answer, but I felt a familiar, dragging weight return to my heels. It was back. It was bound, for now. But I know I can't stay in the dark forever. Eventually, I'll have to close my eyes. Eventually, the sun will find a way in. And when it does, I just hope I'm fast enough to outrun my own reflection one last time. Because the most terrifying thing about your shadow isn't that it can leave you. It's that it knows exactly where you're going, because it's already there, waiting for the light to show it the way. The towel under the door stayed there for 3 weeks. I existed in a state of sensory deprivation that would have broken a sane man, but for me, the darkness was a fortress. I learned the geography of my apartment by the braille of its imperfections, the chipped molding near the kitchen, the snag in the carpet by the radiator, the cold, smooth glass of the mirrors I had covered in heavy velvet. I ate canned food in the dark, the metallic tang of tin the only flavor left in my world. I drank lukewarm water from the tap, I didn't work. I didn't call anyone. My phone had died days ago, its battery drained by a phantom draw I knew wasn't technical. I let it stay dead. A screen was just another way for the light to betray me. But the silence of the apartment was deceptive. The unbound was quiet, but it wasn't dormant. It was compressed. In the absence of a cast shadow, it retreated into the microscopic fissures of my skin. I could feel it under my fingernails, a constant, dull pressure. I could feel it behind my eyes, a weight that made my vision swim even when they were closed. It was like carrying a gallon of lead in my veins. The change began on a Tuesday, or what I assumed was a Tuesday. Time is a fluid concept when the sun is a rumor. I was sitting on the floor in the center of the living room, practicing the breathing exercises I developed to keep the panic at bay. The air in the room suddenly dropped 10 degrees. Usually, the cold was localized, a drifting patch of winter that moved from the corner to the couch. This was different. This was a systemic freeze. I felt a vibration in the floorboards. It wasn't a sound, it was a frequency, a low thrumming hum that rattled my teeth. And then I heard the scratching. It started at the front door, a slow, deliberate rasping, like a diamond being dragged across a chalkboard. I froze. I hadn't seen anyone in weeks. No one had a key. The landlord had stopped knocking after the first week, probably assuming I'd skipped out on the rent or died quietly in my sleep. The scratching moved from the wood of the door to the wall. It traveled along the baseboard, a frantic, skittering noise that sounded like 1,000 insects moving in unison. It circled the room, closing in on me. "Stop it," I whispered. My voice sounded thin and alien in the void. The scratching stopped. Then a voice came from the darkness, not the mimicry of the mine and not the gravel of art or the well driller. It was a chorus, a layered, discordant overlapping of every voice I had ever heard. My mother's soft lilt, Henderson's professional drone, Sarah's sharp gasp, and 1,000 others I didn't recognize. Surface, the voices breathed. Need surface. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my calf. I reached down, my fingers fumbling in the dark, and felt something wet. My hand came away sticky. I didn't need a light to know it was blood. It had bitten me, not with teeth, but with the sheer force of its need to be solid. It was trying to carve its own three-dimensional space out of my flesh. I scrambled back, hitting the wall. The velvet cover on the mirror shifted. A tiny, microscopic pinprick of light from the street lamp outside found a gap in the window boards. It was no larger than a needle's head, but in my pitch-black world, it was a supernova. The beam hit the edge of the mirror. For a fraction of a second, the room was illuminated by a reflected flash. I saw it. It wasn't a shadow anymore. It was a silhouette of negative space, a jagged, flickering hole in the air shaped vaguely like a man, but with too many joints. It was crouching in the center of the room, its head turned toward the sliver of light like a flower turning toward the sun, and it was covered in my blood. The red wasn't absorbed. It sat on the surface of the darkness, shining with a sickening, internal light. The flash died, but the image was burned into my retinas. The unbound let out a sound, a high-pitched, metallic shriek that shattered the glass in the kitchen. I realized then that the darkness strategy was a stay of execution, not a cure. By denying it a surface, I was starving it, yes, but a starving predator is the most dangerous kind. It was beginning to feed on the only thing left, the biological electricity of my nervous system. It was eating my mind to keep its own shape. I had to get out, not just out of the apartment, but out of the city. The well driller had mentioned the Permian Basin. Art had mentioned the limestone ridges. They were all places where the earth was thin. I had thought those were the places where the shadows were born, but I realized now they were the places where they could be buried. I grabbed my coat and the heavy bag of batteries I'd kept by the door. I didn't bother with the towel. I threw the door open. The hallway light hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled, my eyes searing. Behind me, the unbound didn't just follow, it erupted. It cast a shadow so long and so violent that it seemed to pull the very wallpaper off the walls. I ran for the stairs, my boots thudding on the concrete. As I hit the street, the city was in the middle of a summer thunderstorm. The sky was a bruised purple and the streetlights were humming with a sickly yellow glow. Every flash of lightning was a nightmare. With every bolt, my shadow would leap 50 feet ahead of me, then snap back to my heels with the force of a whip. Each time it reattached, I felt a jolt of agony in my spine. It was trying to tear itself free, and it was taking my skeleton with it. I reached my car, a rusted sedan I hadn't touched in a month. It groaned to life, the headlights flickering. I drove. I didn't have a destination, only a direction, west, away from the people, away from the surfaces. As I hit the interstate, the rain turned into a deluge. The wipers couldn't keep up. The world became a blur of gray and black. I was doing 80, my hands white-knuckled on the wheel. That's when I saw the hitchhiker. He was standing on the shoulder of the road, drenched to the bone. He wasn't wearing a coat, just a thin white t-shirt that clung to his frame. As my headlights swept over him, I saw his face. It was the man from the diner. I slammed on the brakes, the car hydroplaning before spinning to a halt 100 yards past him. I sat there, gasping, the hazard lights clicking in the rhythmic silence. I looked in the rearview mirror. He was walking toward the car, but he wasn't walking like a man. His movements were jerky, staccato, like a film missing half its frames. And as he passed under the glow of a nearby highway sign, I saw his shadow. It wasn't behind him. It was leading him. It was a thick, muscular cord of blackness that seemed to be dragging his body forward by the chest. I shifted the car into gear, ready to floor it, but he was already at the window. He tapped on the glass. The sound was like a hammer on an anvil. I rolled the window down an inch. "You're dead," I whispered. "I saw your face in the diner, but you weren't. You weren't like this." The man leaned in. His eyes were gone. In their place were two pits of perfect, light-consuming black. "The salt mine was a good try, kid," he said, and the voice was the chorus from my apartment. "But you forgot the most important rule of the unbound." "What rule?" "It doesn't want to leave you," he said, a horrific, jagged grin splitting his face. "It wants to be you, and to be you, it needs to get rid of the original." He reached out a hand, a real, fleshy hand, and grabbed the door handle. I saw the shadow cord from his chest leap toward the car door. It didn't touch the metal, it touched the shadow of the car. The entire vehicle convulsed. The engine died instantly. The lights went out. The dashboard needles plummeted to zero. "Get out," the man said. I kicked the door open, hitting him in the chest, and scrambled out the passenger side. I ran into the tall grass of the median, the rain blinding me. I could hear him behind me, the heavy, wet thud of his boots. But there was another sound, a sliding, whispering hiss. I tripped over a drainage pipe and fell into the mud. I rolled onto my back, fumbling for the mag light. I clicked it on. The beam hit the man as he stood over me, but the light didn't cast a shadow behind him. Instead, the darkness pooled around his feet, rising up like a tide. It swallowed his legs, then his torso, then his face, until he was nothing but a statue of black glass. And then the statue cracked. From within the shell of the man, my own shadow stepped out. It was perfect. It was a flawless, three-dimensional duplicate of me, rendered in charcoal and smoke. It stood over me, looking down at its own hands, my hands, with a sense of wonder. It flexed its fingers. It touched its own face. I lay in the mud, paralyzed. I could feel my own body becoming thin. My hands were turning translucent. I could see the grass through my palms. I wasn't dying. I was becoming two-dimensional. I was being pushed out of the world of depth and into the world of surfaces. "Please," I croaked. My shadow, the thing that was now me asterisk, leaned down. It picked up the mag light from the mud. It held the light up to its face, the beam reflecting off its matte black skin. "Thank you," it said. The voice was mine, perfectly mine. No chorus, no rasp, just the sound of a man who had finally found his home. It turned the flashlight on me. The light hit my fading, translucent body. As the photons passed through me, they cast a faint, gray shape on the concrete of the drainage pipe behind me. I felt a sickening, flat pull. My spine snapped against the stone. My ribs flattened. My lungs became a drawing of lungs. The thing that wore my skin stood up. It adjusted its collar, wiped the mud from its jacket, and walked back toward my car. It moved with a fluid, easy grace I had never possessed. It got into the driver's seat. The engine roared to life. The headlights cut through the rain. I watched from the surface of the pipe. I tried to scream, but I had no throat, only the silhouette of one. I tried to reach out, but my arms were just dark stains on the wet concrete. The car pulled away, its taillights fading into the storm. I am still here. I am a smudge on a pipe in the middle of Nebraska. When the sun comes up, I am stretched thin and long, a distorted ghost of a man. When the clouds come, I almost vanish. I wait for the travelers. I wait for the cars to stop, for the people to step out into the grass to stretch their legs. I wait for their shadows to overlap with mine. I am the third stage now. I am the hunter. I see a car pulling over. A young woman, tired from the long drive, steps out. She walks toward the median, her shadow stretching out before her in the glow of her headlights. She's coming closer. Her shadow is drifting over the concrete pipe. It's almost touching me. I feel the itch, I feel the hunger, I want my skin back. And as her shadow brushes against my fingers, I realize the man at the diner was right about one thing. You can't kill a lack of light, but you can certainly trade places with it. I reach out, I step on her neck. She gasps, rubbing her shoulder, looking around at the empty night. "Is it cold in here to anyone else?" she whispers. I don't answer, I just start to climb. The climb is the hardest part. It isn't like scaling a wall with muscles and bone. It's more like a drop of ink trying to swim upward through a waterfall of oil. I am a smear of consciousness, a stain on the reality she inhabits, and I have to pull myself into her silhouette. I have to align my edges with hers. It is a geometry of agony. She shivers again, pulling her cardigan tighter around her shoulders. She thinks it's the Nebraska wind, that sharp, biting prairie air that smells of ozone and wet earth. She doesn't realize that the cold is me. I am a heat sink. I am an absence of thermal energy just as I am an absence of light. Every step she takes away from the drainage pipe pulls me like a rubber band, stretching my flattened limbs until I feel like I might snap and dissolve into the gray grain of the concrete. Stay close, I think, though I have no tongue to say it. Don't walk into the tall grass. Stay in the light of the headlamps. If she moves into total darkness now, I'm lost. If the contrast between her shape and the ground vanishes, I lose my grip. I need the light to define the boundary. I need the very thing that destroyed me to act as the glue that binds me to her heels. She pauses by the edge of the asphalt, looking out into the dark fields. She's restless, probably caffeinated to the point of tremors, trying to make it to Denver or Cheyenne. Her shadow, the real one, the one she was born with, is a soft-edged thing flickering as the car's hazard lights pulse. It's weak. It's young. It hasn't been fed the way mine was. I reach the edge of her shadow's hand. The moment of contact is like an electric shock. For a second, I see through her eyes. I see the world in a riot of sickening, oversaturated color. The yellow of the road lines is too bright. The red of the taillights is like a scream. The depth of the world, the sheer, terrifying three-dimensionality of the grass and the car and the sky makes me want to vomit. Then the connection stabilizes. I am anchored. I slide beneath her. I overlap her natural shadow, masking it, consuming its space. She jerks her head around, looking over her shoulder. She feels the weight. A person's shadow isn't supposed to have mass, but I am heavy with the memory of being solid. I am a leaden anchor dragging at her heels. "Hello," she calls out. Her voice vibrates through me. It's not like hearing, it's like being shaken. Every syllable is a tectonic shift. Is someone there? She turns back toward the car, her pace quickening. She's scared now. Good. Fear makes the shadow darker. Fear increases the contrast. As her heart rate climbs, I feel myself becoming more opaque, more defined. I am drinking her adrenaline. I am thickening. She reaches the door of her car, a silver hatchback, humming with the warmth of a heater I can no longer feel. She fumbles with the handle, her breath coming in ragged gasps. I am right there, pinned to the asphalt under her boots. When she climbs into the driver's seat, I feel the horrific compression of being slammed into the door frame, then the floorboards. I am folded, creased, tucked into the dark space under the pedals. The car lurches forward. For hours, we move in silence. I am a passenger in the darkest sense of the word. I am draped across the floor mats, my face, if I still have one, pressed against the grit of dried mud and discarded fast food napkins. I can feel the vibration of the engine through my entire being. It's a low-frequency hum that keeps me from drifting apart. She's crying now. Soft, quiet sobs that she tries to stifle by biting her lip. She keeps glancing in the rearview mirror, but she isn't looking at the road. She's looking at the backseat. She's looking for a man in a wide-brimmed hat or a monster with too many joints. She doesn't understand that the monster is under her feet, thinner than a coat of paint. I begin to experiment. I find that if I focus, I can move independently of her movements just an inch or two. While she holds the steering wheel, I can stretch my shadow fingers up the door panel. I can feel the texture of the plastic. It feels like static electricity. It feels like a dream of a dream. I want back in. I whisper into the back of her mind. She gasps, the car swerving slightly. Who said that? I didn't say it with words. I said it with a pulse of intent. I am learning the language of the unbound. It's not about sound, it's about resonance. I am vibrating the air molecules in her inner ear. Please, she whimpers, clutching the wheel so hard her knuckles go white. Please just leave me alone. Take the car. Take my purse. I don't want her purse. I want her marrow. I want the weight of her bones. I want the way her skin feels when the sun warms it. The sun. I see the first hint of it in the distance, a bruised gray light creeping over the horizon. The false dawn. To a human, it's a sign of hope, the end of a long night. To me, it is the beginning of the forge. As the light grows, the shadows in the car become sharper. The ambiguity of the night is dying. The sun is going to pin me down. It is going to stretch me out across the upholstery, making me vulnerable, making me visible. The woman sees it too. She looks at the sun like it's her savior. She reaches up and flips down the sun visor. The movement casts a sharp, angular shadow across her face. That's my opening. I move. I don't wait for her to stop. I don't wait for a better moment. I slide up the seat cover, a black tide rising behind her. I flow over her shoulder, a cold, dark velvet. She screams as she feels the chill. It's not just cold, it's a total absence of life. It's the feeling of a grave opening up behind her. She slams on the brakes, the car skidding on the shoulder, kicking up a cloud of dust that catches the morning light. I am halfway onto her face now. I am a mask of ink. I can feel her features through the darkness, the bridge of her nose, the curve of her lips. I am trying to find the holes, the eyes, the mouth, the pores. I am trying to pour myself into the vessel. No, no, get off me. She's clawing at her own face, but there's nothing to grab. Her fingers pass through me, hitting her own skin. To her, it feels like her own flesh has gone numb, like a limb that's fallen asleep. To me, it's like being poked with hot needles. The car comes to a halt. The engine stalls. The silence of the plains rushes in, broken only by the ticking of the cooling metal and her frantic, sobbing breaths. The sun breaks over the horizon. A beam of pure, golden light hits the windshield. It strikes her directly in the eyes. The agony is unspeakable. It's like being doused in acid. The light doesn't just illuminate, It incinerates the shadow. It forces me back, pushing me down her neck, down her chest, pinning me against the seat. I am being burned away from her. But I am stronger than the man at the diner. I have the desperation of the newly damned. I don't retreat to the floor. I wrap myself around her heart. I feel it beating, a frantic, fluttering bird. Thump, 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 thump. I squeeze, not with muscles, but with the pressure of a vacuum. I create a void where her blood should flow. Her eyes go wide. Her hands drop from her face. She gasps, a hollow, rattling sound as her lungs find no air, only the coldness of me. She's having a heart attack, or rather, she's having an eclipse of the heart. She falls sideways against the passenger door. Her head hits the glass with a dull thud. I wait. The light is still pouring in, but she is no longer moving. The shadow of the car's roof pillars is draped across her, providing me with small islands of safety. I move between them, a flickering, dying thing, waiting for her light to go out. Because when a person dies, their internal light, the thing that keeps the shadow on the outside, flickers for a moment. There is a gap, a window, a transition between being a person and being a corpse. I feel her heart slow. Thump it, thump it. The silence is absolute. In that moment of stillness, I feel the shift. The original is gone. The seat is vacant. The biological machinery is still warm, still intact, but the driver has left the vehicle. I pour myself in. It's like falling into a well of boiling oil. My consciousness, which has been flat and wide for what felt like centuries, is suddenly crushed into a three-dimensional mold. I feel my ribs, *God, the ribs *, curving around my chest. I feel the wetness of my tongue, the grit in my eyes, the agonizing pressure of gravity pulling at my skin. It's too much. It's too loud. It's too bright. I scream. The sound is high and feminine. It's her voice. I gasp, my new lungs burning with the dry Nebraska air. I cough, and it tastes like copper and dust. I look down at my hands. They are small, pale, with chipped blue nail polish. They are beautiful. They are solid. I reach out and touch the dashboard. I can feel the grain of the plastic. I can feel the heat of the sun on the back of my neck. I start to laugh, a jagged, hysterical sound that turns into a sob. I'm back, I'm real. I sit up, adjusting the rearview mirror. I want to see myself. I want to see the face I've stolen. I look into the glass. The woman's face looks back at me. Blue eyes, a smudge of mascara, a small mole near the corner of her mouth. She looks tired. She looks terrified. But as I watch, the reflection changes. The eyes don't move when I move. The reflection's mouth remains open in a silent scream while I am smiling. And then the reflection's skin begins to darken. It turns gray, then charcoal, then a bottomless, matte black. The woman I killed isn't gone. She's just been moved. She is standing behind me in the reflection. She is the shadow now. I look down at my feet. There on the floor of the car is a long, dark shape. It's not the jagged, monstrous thing I was. It's the shape of a man. It's my old shape. The one I lost in the salt mine. The one that was wearing my skin when it drove away in my car. It's followed me. The Unbound didn't just want to be me. It wanted to keep me. We are a chain now, a sequence of stolen lives and discarded silhouettes stretching back through time. The shadow of the man reaches up from the floorboards. It doesn't attack. It just rests its hand on my new feminine ankle. It's a possessive gesture, a reminder. You're not out, *, a voice whispers in my head. It's not the chorus. It's the voice of the man from the diner. You're just the next one in line. I look out the window. The sun is fully up now, casting long, beautiful shadows across the golden fields of wheat. I put the car in gear. My hands are shaking, but they are solid. My heart is beating, even if it's a heart I stole from a girl who just wanted to get home. I have to find the man who has my body. I have to find the original thief. I don't know what I'll do when I find him, whether I'll kill him or beg him to take me back, but I know I can't stop. I drive onto the highway, the sun at my back. In front of the car, stretching out for 100 feet, is the shadow of a woman. But inside that shadow, if you look closely, if the light hits it just right, you can see the outline of a man struggling to get out. And behind that, something else, something older, something that hasn't had a name in a very long time. I turn on the radio. A pop song is playing, something upbeat and mindless. I sing along, my new voice cracking on the high notes. I sing because if I stop, I'll hear the scratching. I'll hear the whispers of the girl I'm wearing asking me why I did it. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm not in the dark. I'm in the light now, and that's where the real monsters can be seen. I check the mirror one last time. The black shape is still there, crouched in the backseat, watching the road with me. "Buckle up," I whisper to the empty car. "We have a long way to go." The shadow doesn't answer. It just tightens its grip on my ankle, and together we head west, chasing the light until there's nothing left to burn. The highway shimmered with a heat haze that made the horizon look like liquid silver. My new body, this vessel of bone and soft tissue, ached in ways I hadn't anticipated. Her back was stiff, her neck carried a tension that felt like a coiled wire, and her bladder was uncomfortably full. These were the mundane agonies of the living, and I cherished every one of them. Each throb of pain was a confirmation of my weight, a receipt for my existence. I stopped at a gas station outside of Ogallala. The air outside the car was a physical blow, hot and smelling of manure and scorched asphalt. I walked toward the restroom with a deliberate, heavy gait, relishing the way my boots crunched on the gravel. I wasn't gliding. I wasn't a smear. I was a displacement of air. Inside the cramped, flickering bathroom, I stood before the mirror and stared. I traced the line of her jaw with fingers that still felt alien, the tactile feedback of skin on skin sending jolts of electricity through my stolen nerves. I looked down at the floor. My shadow, the man shape, was pinned to the linoleum, distorted by the fluorescent hum of the overhead lights. It looked exhausted. It looked like a memory that refused to fade. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the empty room. I wasn't sure if I was talking to the girl whose lungs I was using or to the shadow of the man I used to be. When I stepped back out into the sun, I saw him. He was standing by a rusted-out Ford F-150 at the far end of the pumps. He wore a grease-stained trucker cap and a flannel shirt despite the heat. He wasn't doing anything, not pumping gas, not checking his tires. He was just standing there staring at me, or rather, staring at the space behind me. I froze, the girl's heart hammering against my ribs. I knew that look. It was the look of a man who could see the depth in the darkness. It was the look of the man from the diner. I hurried back to the car, my breath coming in short, jagged bursts. I fumbled with the keys, blue nail polish clicking against metal, and threw the car into reverse. As I backed away, I looked at the man in the side mirror. He didn't move. He just watched. And as the sun hit him at a low angle, I saw his shadow. It wasn't attached to his boots. It was hovering a few inches off the pavement, vibrating with a frantic, static energy. He was like me, or he was what I was becoming. A patchwork of stolen parts, held together by sheer will and a terror of the flat world. I pushed the hatchback to 80, then 90. The Nebraska landscape blurred into a streak of gold and brown. I needed to find him, the man who wore my face, my original skin. I knew where he was going. He was going home. He was going to sit in my chair, sleep in my bed, and kiss the woman I had been too afraid to marry. He was going to live the life I had treated like a chore. The thought sent a surge of black bile through my system. It wasn't just hunger anymore. It was jealousy. A shadow's jealousy is a cold, hollow thing. It's the envy of the mirror for the object it reflects. As the sun began its slow descent toward the Rockies, the shadows began to grow. This was the dangerous time, the long shadow hour. I felt a tugging at my heels. I looked down. The man's shadow on the floorboards was stretching, its fingers reaching toward the pedals. No, I hissed, pushing the accelerator down. Not yet, I'm not done with this one. It's heavy, isn't it? The voice didn't come from the radio or the wind. It came from the girl's own vocal cords, though I hadn't willed them to move. It was a soft, melodic voice, the one she probably used to comfort her mother or talk to a pet. "Who's there?" I gasped, my grip tightening on the wheel. "You know who I am. You're wearing my favorite sweater." The girl, she wasn't gone. She was trapped in the basement of her own mind, watching through the windows of her eyes as I drove her body toward a destiny she never asked for. "I had to," I said, my voice cracking. "I was a smudge. I was nothing. You don't know what it's like to be two-dimensional, to feel the weight of the world pressing you into the stone." "I do now," she whispered. "It's so cold down here and it's so small. Why is it so small?" "Because you're just an outline now," I said, a cruel edge creeping into my tone. "You're the lack of light. You're the silhouette. You'll get used to it. You'll learn to hunt. You'll find someone else and you'll do exactly what I did." "I'm not like you," she sobbed. The sound was a vibration in my chest cavity. "I wouldn't hurt anyone." "Wait until the sun goes down," I told her. "Wait until the first time a truck drives over you and you feel your soul flattened into the interstate. You'll change your mind." I reached for a bottle of water in the cup holder, wanting to drown out her voice with the sensation of swallowing. But as my hand closed around the plastic, I saw it. My hand was turning gray. The blue nail polish was still there, but the skin beneath it was losing its translucence. It was becoming matte. It was becoming charcoal. I pulled over violently, the car fishtailing into the dirt. I held my hands up to the dying light. The tips of my fingers were already beginning to fade into smoke. The transition wasn't permanent. The body was rejecting the shadow, or perhaps the shadow was simply too heavy for the body to sustain. "No, no, no," I whimpered. I touched my face. It felt like wet clay. My features were blurring, the nose softening, the eyes losing their color. I looked in the rearview mirror. The girl's face was still there, but it was like a photograph left in the rain. The edges were running. The ink was bleeding. And behind her, the man's shadow was growing stronger, its dark hands reaching up to cradle my head. "The trade doesn't last," the girl's voice said, and this time there was a terrifying strength in it. "The man at the diner, he didn't tell you the whole truth, did he?" I stared at the reflection. The man-shadow's face was inches from mine. It had no eyes, only two pits of absolute darkness. "You can't just take a body," she continued. "You have to consume the soul, and you didn't consume me. You just sat on top of me. You're just a heavy coat I'm wearing." I felt a sudden, violent shove. It wasn't physical, it was metaphysical. It was the feeling of being expelled from a warm room into a blizzard. I screamed, a sound that was half human, half hiss, as I was ripped out of the girl's nervous system. I felt my spine flatten, my lungs collapse into a drawing, my three-dimensional weight vanish into the thin, agonizing nothingness of the surface world. I hit the driver's side window and stuck there like a decal. The girl gasped, her body jerking upright. She seized the wheel, her chest heaving as she sucked in great, shuddering lungfuls of air. She looked at her hands, her pale, solid, beautiful hands, and began to cry with a ferocity that shook the car. I was on the glass. I was a dark stain, a silhouette of a man peering in at her. She looked at me. She didn't scream this time. She just looked at me with a profound, weary pity. She reached out and touched the glass where my face was. I couldn't feel the warmth of her finger, only the cold barrier of the molecular structure. "I'm sorry," she whispered. Then she turned the key. The engine roared. She didn't look back as she pulled onto the road. But I wasn't on the pipe in Nebraska anymore. I was on the window of a silver hatchback heading west at 90 miles an hour. I was a stowaway. And I wasn't alone. The man-shadow, the one that had been following me, was still there. It was stretched across the roof of the car, its long, dark fingers hooked over the edge of the windshield. It looked down at me through the glass, and for the first time, I realized it wasn't my old shadow. It was something else, something that had been hunting me since the salt mine. It leaned down, its face, a void within a void, pressing against the glass next to mine. Almost, it hissed. The sound was like dry leaves skittering over a grave. You almost made it. What are you? I asked, my voice a flicker of static in the car's slipstream. I am the hunger that comes after the light, it said. I am the thing that the man at the diner was running from. I am the reason you don't step on the cracks. I am the true absence. The car sped through the twilight. The sun was gone now, leaving only a bruised purple smear on the horizon. The world was losing its definition. I looked at the girl in the driver's seat. She was gripping the wheel, her eyes fixed on the road. She thought she was safe. She thought she had won her life back. She didn't see the thing on the roof. She didn't see the way its darkness was beginning to leak over the edges of the metal, dripping like black oil onto the windshield. She's a good vessel, the true absence whispered. Strong, bright, she'll last a long time. Leave her alone, I said, though I knew it was useless. I was a smudge on the glass. I had no power. Why? The thing asked. You tried to take her. You tried to hollow her out. You and I are the same little smudge. We are just degrees of nothing. It began to move. It didn't slide, it flowed. It poured itself through the seal of the sunroof, a thick, viscous darkness that filled the interior of the car like smoke. The girl noticed the change in the air. She began to cough. She reached for the light switch, but the darkness was already there, wrapping itself around her hands, her throat, her eyes. No, I screamed, throwing myself against the glass, trying to break back in, trying to be the weight that saved her. But I was just a shadow, and you can't fight the dark with more darkness. The car began to swerve. The headlights flickered and died. The silver hatchback became a ghost ship, a metal shell hurtling through the night, filled with a screaming girl and a hungry god. I felt the impact before I saw it. The car hit a guardrail, the metal shrieking as it tore through the silver paint. The world spun. I was tossed from the glass, flying through the air like a piece of burnt paper. I landed in the tall grass by the side of the road. I lay there, flattened against the dry earth, watching as the car tumbled down an embankment. It rolled once, twice, 3 times, before coming to rest at the bottom of a shallow ravine. Silence returned to the prairie. I dragged myself toward the edge of the ravine. It was an agonizing crawl. Every blade of grass was a mountain I had to scale, every pebble a jagged cliff, but I had to see. The car was a wreck. The roof was crushed, the doors twisted, and there, stepping out of the shattered windshield, was the girl. She moved with a fluid, easy grace. She didn't look hurt. She didn't look scared. She adjusted her cardigan, wiped a smudge of blood from her cheek, and looked up at the stars. She looked at her hands. She flexed her fingers. She smiled. It was a perfect imitation, a flawless, 3-dimensional duplicate. The thing that wore her skin turned and looked up the embankment, straight at the patch of grass where I was hiding. It didn't say anything. It didn't have to. It just blew a kiss, a mocking, hollow gesture, and began to walk toward the highway. It didn't need a car. It didn't need a map. It had a world to consume. I watched it go until it was nothing more than a speck against the rising moon. I am still here. I am a smudge on a rock in a ravine in western Nebraska. I am the 4th stage now. I am the witness. I wait for the investigators. I wait for the tow truck drivers. I wait for the curious children who will eventually find the wreck of a silver hatchback and wonder what happened to the girl who was driving it. I wait for their shadows to overlap with mine. But I don't want their skin anymore. I've learned my lesson. The trade is a trap. The body is a cage. I am waiting for something else. I am waiting for the man who has my face. Because he's coming. I can feel him. He's driving my car, living my life, and he's heading west. He's drawn to this place, to the salt and the silence and the secrets buried in the dirt. He'll come to the edge of this ravine. He'll look down at the wreck, and when he does, his shadow will fall across me. And then I won't trade. I'll just let go. I'll become the fifth stage, the one the man at the diner was too afraid to name. The eclipse. The moon climbed higher, turning the world into a study in silver and black. I settled into the grain of the rock, my edges blurred, my consciousness a thin, vibrating wire. In the distance, I heard the hum of an engine. A pair of headlights cut through the dark, sweeping across the horizon like the eyes of a searcher. It was a car I recognized, a car I had paid for, a car that belonged to a man who no longer existed. I waited. The hunger was gone, replaced by a cold, crystalline focus. The headlights grew brighter, the engine slowed. The car pulled onto the shoulder, right above the ravine. The door opened. A man stepped out. He was tall, wearing a jacket I'd bought on sale 3 years ago. He walked to the edge of the grass and looked down. "Are you there?" he asked. His voice was mine, perfectly mine. I didn't answer. I just stretched. I reached out with my two-dimensional arms, feeling the cool evening air, feeling the weight of his gaze. He looked down at the rock. He saw the smudge. He saw the shadow of the man he had stolen. He smiled. It was a kind smile, a sad smile. "I'm tired," he said, sitting down on the edge of the ravine, his feet dangling over the drop. "Being you is exhausting. There's so much noise, so much regret. How did you live like this for 30 years? I moved up the rock, sliding toward the hem of his jeans. "I'm ready," he whispered, closing his eyes. "I've seen enough. The world is too bright for me. I want to go back to the surfaces." He leaned forward, his shadow falling directly over me, a perfect alignment of shape and soul. I didn't pull him in. I didn't push him out. I just merged. The sensation was unlike anything I had ever felt. It wasn't the heat of the girl or the cold of the true absence. It was a homecoming, two halves of a broken thing snapping back together. The world didn't turn three-dimensional. It didn't turn flat. It turned into something else. I felt the rock beneath me, the air around me, and the space inside me all at once. I was the observer and the observed. I was the light and the lack of it. I stood up. I looked at my hands. They weren't skin. They weren't smoke. They were made of the night itself, a shimmering, translucent substance that held its shape without the need for bones. I looked down at the ground. I didn't have a shadow. I was the shadow, but I was standing up. I turned back toward the car. The man who had been wearing my skin was gone, dissolved into the air or tucked away in the folds of the seat. It didn't matter. I got into the driver's seat. I didn't feel the weight of the upholstery. I didn't feel the vibration of the engine. I just felt the intent. I drove. I didn't head west. I didn't chase the light. I headed back toward the salt mine, back to the place where it all began. There are others there, thousands of them. Smudges on the walls, stains on the floor, whispers in the dark. They are waiting for someone to show them the way. They are waiting for someone who knows how to stand up without a body. The sun began to rise again, but it didn't burn. It didn't scorch. It just passed through me, a harmless rain of photons that couldn't find anything to hit. I am the unbound now, the real one. And the world is full of surfaces, just waiting to be walked upon. The road back to the salt mine felt shorter than the journey away from it, perhaps because I was no longer fighting the friction of existence. When I was a man, every mile was a calculation of fuel, fatigue, and the slow erosion of my own patience. When I was a thief in a girl's skin, every mile was a desperate theft of time, a frantic scramble to hold onto a borrowed heartbeat. Now, I was a passenger in the vehicle of my own will. I didn't need to blink. I didn't need to breathe. The steering wheel felt like a suggestion rather than a tool, my hands, obsidian and semi-transparent, guiding the car with a phantom's grace. As I crossed the state line back into Kansas, the morning light hit the windshield at a sharp, punishing angle. To a human, it would have been blinding. To me, it was a revelation. I could see the light for what it truly was, a bombardment of tiny, frantic particles trying to fill every void. But they couldn't fill me. I was a hole in the world that moved. I watched the light pass through the glass, through my chest, and onto the fabric of the seat behind me. I was a ghost made of concentrated darkness, a silhouette that had finally learned how to detach itself from the wall. The landscape changed from the rolling gold of Nebraska to the flatter, more industrial horizon of the salt country. I passed the same gas stations where I had once huddled in terror, watching the man from the diner. I wondered where he was now. I wondered if he had found another skin, or if the true absence, the thing that had taken the girl, had caught up to him. The true absence. The thought of it caused a ripple in my translucent form. It wasn't just a shadow, it was a predator of shadows. It was the apex of our kind, a creature that didn't just want to live, it wanted to erase. And it was out there, wearing a floral cardigan and a girl's smile, walking through the world of the living. I reached the turnoff for the mine just as the sun reached its zenith. The heat was shimmering off the asphalt, creating those false lakes of light that drivers call mirages. To me, they weren't illusions. They were places where the dimensions were thin, where the heat had warped the fabric of the real world enough for the flat world to peek through. The gates to the salt mine were locked, but a chain-link fence is a joke to something that has no thickness. I left the car idling by the perimeter, the engine a lonely, mechanical heartbeat in the vast silence of the plains. I walked toward the fence. I didn't climb it. I simply turned sideways, aligning myself with the narrowest gap in the wire, and slipped through like a thought passing through a mind. The descent was different this time. I didn't use the elevator. I found the ventilation shafts, the dark, vertical tunnels that smelled of ancient salt and stale air. I let myself fall. Falling as a shadow is a slow, rhythmic experience. You don't pick up speed, you pick up depth. The further I drifted down the shaft, the more I felt the pressure of the earth above me, but it wasn't the crushing weight I had feared before. It was a blanket. It was a shield. The deeper I went, the more the world of light faded into a distant, irrelevant memory. I hit the floor of the lowest level with a soft, silent impact. The salt mine was no longer empty. When I had first woken up here, I had been alone, a terrified smudge on a white wall. But my journey, my theft of the girl, my encounter with the true absence, my merging with the man who wore my face, had acted as a beacon. Or perhaps it was just that the season of the shadows had arrived. The walls were crawling. In the dim, artificial light of the emergency lamps, I saw them. Thousands of them. They weren't just on the walls, they were on the ceiling, the floor, the rusted machinery left behind by the miners. They were in various stages of development. Some were mere flickers, faint gray stains that struggled to maintain a human shape. Others were darker, more defined, their edges sharp enough to cut. They were all whispering, not with voices, but with the vibration of their existence. It was a low-frequency hum that resonated in the marrow of my non-existent bones. "He is back," the walls seemed to hiss, "the one who stood up." I walked into the center of the main cavern, my footsteps making no sound on the salt-crusted floor. The shadows parted before me. They slid over each other, a chaotic, two-dimensional sea of gray and black. "Listen to me," I said. My voice didn't travel through the air. It rippled through the surfaces. It was a command felt by every silhouette in the room. The whispering stopped. The shadows froze. Thousands of eyeless faces turned toward me. "The trade is a lie," I told them. "The man at the diner, the stories you've heard, they are traps. If you take a body, you become a prisoner. You become a target for the absence. You spend your life running from the sun, terrified of the very light you're trying to inhabit." A shadow near my feet, a small, jagged shape that looked like a child, rippled toward me. "But it is cold," it vibrated. "It is so thin here, we want to feel the weight, we want to be real." "You are real," I said, and as I spoke, I felt my own form grow denser, darker. The light is what's thin. The light is a temporary flicker in a universe of darkness. The humans, they are the ones who are fragile. They are the ones who fade. They live for 80 years and then they become what we are. Why would you want to be the candle when you can be the night? I reached out and touched the wall. I didn't just feel the salt. I felt the history of the rock. I felt the tectonic shifts of 1,000,000 years. I felt the slow, patient breath of the earth. We don't need their skin, I continued. We need their awareness. We have been hiding in their footsteps, waiting for them to give us shape. But we can shape ourselves. Look at me. I focused. I didn't think about the man I used to be. I didn't think about the girl. I thought about the darkness itself, the way it fills every corner, the way it survives every fire, the way it remains when everything else is gone. My form began to expand. I didn't just grow taller, I grew more complex. I felt my substance weaving itself into the air, my shadow fingers lengthening into claws of pure void. I wasn't just a man shape anymore. I was a cathedral of shadow. I was a nightmare given geometry. The shadows on the walls began to vibrate in sympathy. They started to detach. One by one, they pulled themselves off the salt. It was a violent, agonizing process. I saw them peeling away, their two-dimensional bodies stretching and tearing as they fought the pull of the surface. It looked like 1,000 black bandages being ripped off a wound. They didn't all make it. Some snapped back, their energy spent, fading into faint, permanent stains on the rock. But hundreds of them succeeded. They stood up, wobbling on legs made of ink, their bodies flickering like bad television reception. They gathered around me, a forest of dark silhouettes in the belly of the earth. "Where do we go?" the child shadow asked, its form now a shimmering column of gray. "We go to the places where the light is too bright," I said. "We go to the cities. We go to the houses where people are afraid of the dark. We don't take them, we don't kill them, we just exist. We become the weight in the room. We become the reason they look over their shoulders." "Why?" a larger shadow asked, its voice like the grinding of stones. "Because the true absence is coming," I said, and the name alone caused the cavern to dim. "It is wearing the skin of a girl and it is hungry. It wants to consume every shadow, every light, every memory. If we stay flat, we are just food. But if we stand up, if we become the night, we can fight it." I felt a new sensation then. It wasn't hunger and it wasn't jealousy. It was purpose. For 30 years, I had lived a life of quiet desperation, a man who worked a job he hated to buy things he didn't need, always afraid of his own shadow. Now I was the leader of a dark army, a king of the unreflected. "Follow me," I said. We moved through the mine like a tide of black oil. We didn't use the shafts this time. We moved through the very rock, sliding through the microscopic fissures in the salt, our collective will pushing us upward. When we emerged from the ground, the sun was beginning to set. The long shadow hour was approaching. I stood on the ridge overlooking the plains, my thousands of followers gathered behind me. To a human observer, we would have looked like a strange, localized weather pattern, a patch of absolute darkness hovering over the Kansas dirt. But we weren't a storm, we were an eclipse. In the distance, I saw the lights of a small town. And beyond that, the interstate, where thousands of people were hurrying home, their shadows pinned helplessly beneath them, their lives oblivious to the war that was about to begin. I looked toward the west, toward the last sliver of the sun. And there, standing on the horizon, was the girl. She was miles away, but I could see her clearly. She wasn't walking anymore. She was floating, her feet inches above the pavement, her floral cardigan fluttering in a wind that didn't exist. Behind her, the sky wasn't turning purple or orange. It was turning gray. A flat, featureless gray that swallowed the stars as soon as they appeared. She was erasing the world, 1 mile at a time. She looked toward the mine. Even from this distance, I felt her gaze. It wasn't a look of anger, it was a look of recognition. The true absence smiled. It was a smile that didn't belong on a human face. It was too wide, too empty. "Little smudge," asterisk her voice whispered in my mind, a cold wind that smelled of ozone and old paper. "You've grown." "I'm not a smudge," I replied, my voice echoing through the thousands of shadows behind me, amplified by our shared darkness. "I am the night you are trying to steal." The girl laughed. The sound was like glass breaking in a vacuum. She began to walk toward us, and with every step, the horizon behind her simply ceased to be. The trees, the power lines, the very earth, everything she passed turned into a two-dimensional drawing, then faded into a dull, matte gray. She wasn't just a shadow, she was the end of the world. "Hold your ground," I commanded my army. The shadows around me began to knit themselves together. They didn't just stand side by side. They merged, their edges overlapping until we were a single, massive wall of darkness, a fortress of unlight standing against the oncoming void. I felt the power of them, the collective grief of 1,000 stolen lives, the anger of 1,000 forgotten memories. We were the things that had been stepped on, walked over, and ignored since the beginning of time. We were the lack, the void, the silhouette. And we were done being flat. As the girl approached, the air began to scream. The friction between her erasure and our existence created a static charge that lit up the sky with black lightning. She stopped 100 yards away. The ground between us was a battlefield of dimensions. On her side, the world was a flat, gray sheet. On our side, the world was a deep, textured black. "Why do you fight?" the true absence asked, its voice now a deafening roar. "You know how it ends. Everything goes to the flat world eventually. Every star, every soul, every thought. I am just the one who cleans the slate." "Not today," I said. I stepped forward, leaving the safety of the shadow wall. I felt the girl's influence trying to pull at me, trying to flatten me back into a smudge on the dirt. But I had the man inside me, the one who had been too afraid to marry, the one who had treated life like a chore. He was my anchor. His regrets were my weight. His love for the world he had wasted was the only thing keeping me three-dimensional. "I lived a small life," I told the absence. "I was a shadow long before I lost my skin, but I'm not done yet. I want to see the sun rise again, and I want to see it hit something solid." I lunged. I didn't hit her with a fist. I hit her with my entire being. I wrapped my darkness around her stolen skin, trying to smother the void within. The impact was like two stars colliding. The world vanished into a blur of gray and black. I felt the girl's lungs, the ones I had once used, struggling for air. I felt the true absence's cold, oily fingers clawing at my substance, trying to shred me into nothingness. "You are nothing," it shrieked. "I am the shadow of the man I was," I roared back, and he was enough. The thousands of shadows behind me surged forward, a tidal wave of darkness that crashed over the girl and the void she carried. We weren't trying to kill her. We were trying to fill her. We were pouring our collective existence into the hole she had become. The true absence began to flicker. The floral cardigan tore, revealing not flesh, but a swirling vortex of gray static. The girl's face began to melt, her features sliding away to reveal the true absence's hollow, eyeless mask. But we didn't stop. We kept pouring in. The void can only hold so much. It is a vacuum, and a vacuum is defined by what it lacks. By filling it with our grief, our anger, and our stolen memories, we were destroying its nature. We were making it heavy. We were making it real. The girl's body began to glow with a strange, dark light. She shivered, her limbs jerking as the dimensions fought for control. Then, with a sound like a thunderclap in a small room, she exploded. The shockwave knocked me back, sent my shadow army scattering across the plains like leaves in a gale. I felt myself being stretched, pulled, and compressed, my consciousness fragmenting into 1,000 pieces. Then there was silence. I opened my eyes, or rather I became aware of the light. I was lying in the tall grass. The sun was gone, but the moon was full and bright, casting a silver glow over the Kansas prairie. I looked at my hands. They were pale, they were solid. They had veins and knuckles and tiny, microscopic hairs. I felt the cold air on my skin. I felt the dampness of the dew. I sat up, my bones aching with a wonderful, heavy pain. I looked down at the ground. Beside me, a long, dark shape was stretched out in the grass. It followed the curve of my body perfectly. It moved when I moved. It was attached to my heels by a sturdy, unbreakable bond of light and dark. My shadow was back. I looked around the ravine. The gray void was gone. The world was three-dimensional again, textured and beautiful in its imperfection. A few yards away, a girl was sitting in the grass. She was wearing a torn floral cardigan. She was breathing long, shuddering gasps of air. She looked at her hands, then at me. She didn't say anything. She just reached out and touched the grass, her fingers trembling as she felt the reality of the blades. I stood up, my legs feeling heavy and strange, like I was learning to walk for the first time. I looked toward the horizon. The thousands of shadows were gone, or rather they were where they belonged. I could see them everywhere under the trees, behind the rocks, stretched out behind the girl. They were flat again. They were quiet. But they weren't the same. I could feel them. A subtle vibration in the ground, a secret language of the surfaces. They were watching. They were waiting. They knew that the world wasn't just what you could see in the light. I walked over to the girl and offered her my hand. She took it. Her grip was warm, solid, and real. "Is it over?" she whispered. I looked at our shadows, intertwined on the salt-crusted earth. "No," I said, thinking of the man from the diner, the salt mine, and the vast, dark world that still lay beneath the surface of everything. "It's just beginning, but this time we're keeping our skin." We walked toward the road, two people and two shadows, heading back into a world that would never look the same again. The night was long, but for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid of what was following me. I knew exactly who he was, and he was finally caught up. The walk back to the idling car felt like a victory march conducted in slow motion. Every sensation was a revelation. The grit of the Kansas dust between my toes, the way the cotton of my shirt, real, heavy, sweat-soaked cotton, chafed against my collarbones, and the rhythmic thump-thump of a heart that had no business beating again. Beside me, the girl Sarah, I remembered her name was Sarah from the missing person posters that seemed a lifetime ago, walked with a fragile, glass-like grace. She didn't speak. She didn't have to. We were both vibrating with the sheer, overwhelming intensity of being solid. When we reached the perimeter fence, I didn't slip through the wires like a ghost. I had to climb. The cold, galvanized steel bit into my palms, and the pain was the most beautiful thing I had ever felt. I reached the top, my breath hitching in my chest, and looked down at my shadow. It was draped over the chain link, a jagged black zigzag that mimicked my every move. It looked healthy. It looked deep. It no longer looked like it was trying to escape. I helped Sarah over, her small hands trembling as she gripped my arms. When we landed on the other side, the car was still there, a hunk of idling metal that smelled of gasoline and old upholstery. To a normal person, it was a junker. To me, it was a chariot. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked. Her voice was thin like paper, but it was human. The static of the true absence had been purged, replaced by the mundane rasp of a dry throat. "Away from the mine," I said, opening the passenger door for her. "Away from the holes in the world." As I slid into the driver's seat, the interior light flickered on. I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. I looked older. There were lines around my eyes that hadn't been there when I first walked into that diner, and my hair was shot through with streaks of salt gray. I looked like a man who had been through a war, which was fitting because I had. I put the car in gear and drove. We hadn't gone 3 miles before I saw the first sign that the world hadn't quite reset to its factory settings. The headlights hit a deer standing on the shoulder of the road. It didn't bolt. It stood perfectly still, its eyes reflecting the light in two golden orbs. But it wasn't the deer that caught my breath, it was the shadow it cast. The moon was high and the deer's shadow wasn't lying flat on the grass. It was standing up, a mirror image made of ink, grazing on a shadow shrub that wasn't there in the physical world. As we passed, the shadow deer looked up, its eyeless head tracking our movement with a slow, deliberate intelligence. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. "Did you see that?" I whispered. Sarah nodded, her eyes fixed on the window. "They're awake now. You woke them up." "I had to," I said, more to myself than her. If I hadn't, the absence would have eaten everything. It would have turned the whole world into a flat, gray drawing. "I know," she said. She reached out and touched the dashboard, tracing a crack in the plastic. "But now the dark has a shape. It's not just a reflection anymore. It's a neighbor." She was right. As we drove through the night, the reality of what I had done began to settle in. I hadn't just defeated a predator. I had changed the physics of the night. In every patch of woods we passed, in the silhouette of every farmhouse and telephone pole, I saw movement. Not the chaotic, terrifying movement of the true absence, but something more organized, more patient. The shadows were standing. They were leaning against barn walls, sitting on the roofs of houses, and walking through the fields in parallel to the world of light. They weren't attacking. They weren't stealing skin. They were simply present. The barrier between the two-dimensional and the three-dimensional had become a semi-permeable membrane. We reached a gas station on the edge of a town called Salina. The neon sign buzzed with a frantic, electric hum. I pulled up to the pumps, my body screaming for caffeine and the sight of other people. I needed to know if the rest of the world was seeing what we were seeing. Inside the station, a teenage clerk was slumped behind the counter, staring at a small television. He didn't look up when the bell chimed. "Hey," I said, my voice sounding booming and alien in the quiet shop. The clerk jumped, his eyes wide. He looked at me, then at Sarah, then crucially at the floor. He let out a long, shaky breath. You guys have him too, right?" he asked, his voice cracking. I looked behind him. There against the cigarette rack was his shadow. It wasn't pinned to the floor by the overhead fluorescent lights. It was standing upright, leaning its elbow on a display of beef jerky, mimicking the clerk's slumped posture but with a terrifyingly independent grace. When I looked at it, the shadow raised a hand in a slow, mocking wave. "Yeah," I said, my heart sinking. "We have them too." "It started an hour ago," the clerk whispered, his eyes darting back and forth. "All over the news, people are freaking out. They're calling it the Great Detachment. Some people think it's aliens. Some people think it's Judgment Day. My manager," he tried to run away from his. "It followed him right out the door. He's locked in the walk-in freezer now, screaming." I looked at the television. A news anchor was speaking, her face pale and heavily powdered. Behind her in the studio, the camera operators' shadows were visible, standing like dark sentinels behind their respective humans. The anchor was trying to maintain a professional tone, but her hands were shaking so hard she dropped her notes. "Reports of similar phenomena across the globe," she was saying. "Scientists at NASA and CERN are at a loss. There is no evidence of atmospheric changes or hallucinogenic contaminants. The shadows simply stopped following the laws of light." I turned away from the screen. I felt a surge of guilt so cold it made my teeth ache. I had saved the world from erasure, but I had delivered it into an era of permanent haunting. I had given the shadows weight, and in doing so, I had broken the fundamental contract of the sun. "We need to get to a hotel," I told Sarah. "We need to rest." We found a Motel 6 on the outskirts of town. The parking lot was a madhouse of people staring at their own feet, some crying, some poking at their shadows with sticks, others trying to embrace the dark shapes in a fit of religious ecstasy. It was a circus of the uncanny. I checked us into a room with 2 double beds. The clerk at the motel didn't even ask for my ID. He just shoved a key across the counter. his eyes fixed on his own shadow, which was currently sitting on the lobby sofa, reading a discarded newspaper. Once we were inside the room, I locked the door and slid the chain home. Not that it would matter. A shadow doesn't need a key. Sarah collapsed onto one of the beds, her eyes closing almost instantly. She had been a vessel for a cosmic void for days. Her exhaustion was deeper than any sleep could fix. I sat on the edge of the other bed, watching the moonlight filter through the gap in the curtains. My shadow sat down on the wall behind me. "We need to talk," I said to the wall. The shadow didn't move. It didn't hiss. It didn't vibrate. But I felt a pressure in my mind, a slow, dark thought that wasn't mine. "You gave us the weight," the thought echoed. "You gave us the night." "I didn't have a choice," I said. "The absence was going to take it all." "The absence is not gone," the shadow replied. "It is scattered. It is in the gray places now. It is the static on the television. It is the silence between the heartbeats. It is waiting for the weight to become too much." "What do you want?" I asked. "Are you going to try to take me over again? Are you going to try to find a diner and a man with my face?" The shadow shifted. It leaned forward, its head overlapping with my own reflection in the darkened window. "No, we are not the man at the diner. He was a thief. We are the ones who were stolen. We are the history of your steps. We are the witnesses of your life. We don't want your skin, Mark. We want your company." I looked at the dark shape. For 30 years, I had ignored it. I had walked over it, cast it into corners, and used it as a measure of my own insignificance. Now, it was a person. It was a part of me that had been forced to stand up and fight. "What happens now?" I asked. "The world learns to live with the dark," the shadow said. "And you are the bridge. You are the one who knows how it feels to be both. You are the king of the unreflected, remember." I laughed, a dry, bitter sound. I just wanted to be a guy who sells insurance. "That man is dead," the shadow said, and for the first time I felt a flicker of something like affection from it. "But the man who is left, he's much more interesting." I laid back on the pillow, my body finally giving in to the weight of the day. I watched my shadow stretch out across the ceiling, a protective canopy of black. Across the room, Sarah's shadow was curled up at the foot of her bed, like a faithful dog. The world was changed. The sun would rise in a few hours, and when it did, every person on Earth would have to look their darkness in the eye. There would be chaos. There would be fear. But there would also be a new kind of honesty. You can't hide who you are when your soul is standing right behind you. As I drifted off to sleep, I thought about the man at the diner. I wondered if he was still out there, trapped in a skin that didn't fit, terrified of the shadow he no longer had. I wondered if he was looking at the standing darkness and realizing that he had picked the wrong side of the trade. The true absence had wanted to erase the world. I had decided to fill it instead. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in my life, the darkness didn't feel like a hole. It felt like a home. In the morning, the sun hit the curtains and the room was flooded with gold. I sat up, rubbing my eyes, feeling the wonderful, heavy ache of a body that had slept deeply. I looked down at the floor. My shadow was there. It was flat against the carpet, pinned by the morning light. It looked like a normal shadow again. But as I watched, it reached out a hand and traced the pattern of the rug, a small, secret movement that no light could explain. It looked up at me, or where its eyes would have been, and I felt a silent, dark greeting. "Good morning," I whispered. I got out of bed and went to the window. I pulled back the curtains and looked out at the parking lot of the Motel 6. The world was waking up. People were walking to their cars, carrying suitcases, drinking coffee. And beside every single one of them, a shadow was walking too. Some were holding hands with their humans. Some were walking a few paces behind, looking at the sky. Some were sitting on the hoods of cars, waiting for the engines to start. It was the most beautiful, terrifying thing I had ever seen. I turned to Sarah. She was awake, sitting on the edge of her bed, watching her own shadow play with the fringe of the bedspread. She looked up at me and smiled. It was a real smile, a human smile. "What do we do now?" she asked. I looked at my hands, solid and tanned in the sunlight. I looked at the shadow attached to my feet, dark and loyal in the morning glow. "We go home," I said, "and we learn how to live in the light without forgetting the dark." We left the room, our footsteps echoing in the hallway. Two people, two shadows, and a world that was finally, truly three-dimensional. The war with the absence wasn't over. It would never be over. But for the first time, the night had an army of its own. And I was the man who had taught them how to stand. The Kansas interstate was a vein of asphalt cutting through a body that was still learning how to breathe. As I drove, the radio was a chaotic tapestry of voices. Preachers claiming the rapture had arrived, but had been mismanaged by God. Scientists stammering about quantum tethering failures. And frantic callers describing how their shadows had helped them find lost keys, or, more chillingly, how their shadows had refused to enter a church. I kept the volume low. Sarah was staring out the window, her forehead pressed against the glass. The floral cardigan she wore was dusty and snagged, a relic of a life that had been interrupted by a hole in the universe. "My mom is going to think I'm a ghost," she said quietly. "You're not a ghost, Sarah," I replied, glancing at her. "You're the most solid thing in this car." "But look at him." She pointed down at the floorboards. Her shadow was sitting in the footwell, its knees tucked up to its chest, mimicking her posture but slightly out of sync. It seemed to be contemplating the heater vent. How do I explain that he doesn't stay on the ground anymore? How does anyone go back to school or work or anything? I didn't have an answer. The reality of the Great Detachment was settling into the mundane corners of life. We passed a highway construction crew. The men were standing in a circle, leaning on their shovels, while their shadows stood in a separate circle a few yards away, seemingly engaged in their own silent meeting. No one was working. The world had ground to a halt not out of violence, but out of sheer, paralyzing wonder. As we crossed the border into Missouri, the sky began to bruise with the colors of an approaching storm. In the old world, a storm meant gray skies and the smell of ozone. Now it meant something else. As the clouds blotted out the sun, the shadows didn't fade. Usually, when the light source disappears, the shadow vanishes into the general gloom. But not now. As the shadows lost their sharp edges in the overcast light, they became more luminous in their own way, a deep, velvet black that seemed to suck the color out of the air around them. They became more distinct, not less. The light doesn't create them anymore, I realized aloud. It just pins them down. "Like a leash," Sarah whispered. "Yeah, and the clouds just let the leash go slack." The rain began to fall, heavy and sudden. I turned on the wipers, the rhythmic slap-slap providing a heartbeat for the silence in the car. My shadow moved from the seat beside me to the back bench, stretching out comfortably. It felt like having a silent passenger, one who knew my every secret and didn't judge me for any of them. We pulled into a roadside diner near Columbia. It wasn't the same diner where this nightmare had begun, but the architecture was similar enough to make my heart hammer against my ribs. I needed food. Real, greasy, caloric food to anchor my soul to my stomach. The diner was nearly empty, save for an elderly couple in a corner booth and a waitress who looked like she'd been crying for 12 hours straight. When we walked in, the elderly man's shadow stood up from the booth and watched us enter. The man himself didn't even turn around. He was busy holding his wife's hand, both of them staring at the salt shaker as if it were a holy relic. We took a booth in the back. The waitress approached, her notepad trembling. "Coffee?" she asked. Her eyes kept darting to the floor behind me, where my shadow was currently standing upright, leaning against the no smoking sign on the wall. "2 coffees, and whatever the biggest breakfast you have is, twice," I said. She nodded and hurried away, her own shadow trailing behind her like a long, dark bridal train that refused to touch the linoleum. "Mark," Sarah said, her voice tight, "look at the television." Above the counter, a small TV was playing a news feed. It was a live shot from New York City. Times Square was a sea of people, but they weren't moving. They were all looking up at the giant screens. The screens weren't showing advertisements anymore. They were showing static, the same gray, flickering static I had seen in the true absence. But the static was forming shapes, words. "We are heavy," the screen read. "Then thank you." The people in Times Square were weeping. Some were kneeling. Their shadows were standing among them, some of them reaching out to touch the faces of their humans. It wasn't an invasion. It was a reunion. "It's happening everywhere," Sarah said. "The vacuum is filled. But Mark, if we filled it with our grief and our anger, what happens when the shadows start feeling that? You said we made them real by giving them our heavy things." I looked at my shadow on the wall. It was still, but there was a tension in its silhouette. I remembered the feeling of the salt mine, the crushing weight of every memory I tried to forget. I had dumped all of that into the void to give it substance. I had used my father's coldness, my mother's disappearance, the loneliness of my 30s, and the sheer, terrifying boredom of my life as the bricks and mortar for this new reality. "They are our baggage," I said, the realization turning the coffee in my mouth to ash. "We didn't just give them life. We gave them our ghosts. Every shadow in the world is now carrying the stuff their owners couldn't handle." The waitress returned with our plates. As she set them down, her shadow reached out and momentarily touched Sarah's shoulder. Sarah flinched, but the shadow's touch seemed to bring a moment of calm. The waitress didn't notice, or if she did, she chose to ignore it. "I feel lighter," Sarah whispered after the woman left. "Since we got out, I don't feel that constant pressure behind my eyes anymore. I thought it was just because we were safe." "It's because he's carrying it now," I said, pointing to the dark shape sitting beside her. "He's holding the weight so you don't have to." It was a beautiful thought, but a terrifying one. If the shadows were made of our trauma, what happened when the trauma became too much for the shadow to bear? What happens to a shadow when it suffers a nervous breakdown? We ate in silence, the food tasting like heaven and earth combined. Halfway through my eggs, the diner door opened. A man walked in. He was wearing a suit that was too large for him, and his skin had the sickly, translucent quality of a fish belly. He moved with a jerky, uncertain gait. My breath caught in my throat. I knew that look. I'd seen it in the mirror of the salt mine. The man scanned the diner, his eyes landing on me. He didn't have a shadow. The floor beneath him was empty, the light from the windows passing through where his silhouette should have been as if he were made of glass. He was one of the stolen, one of the people the man from the diner, the original thief, had hollowed out. He walked toward our booth, his footsteps making no sound on the floor. The elderly couple in the corner didn't look up, but their shadows hissed, a sound like dry leaves skittering on pavement. The man stopped at our table. He looked at me, his eyes leaking a thin, gray fluid. "Where is it?" he asked. His voice was a hollow echo, the sound of a wind blowing through a dead forest. "Where is what?" I asked, though I knew. "The weight, I can feel it in the air. The world is heavy again, but I am still light. I am so light I might float away into the gray." He reached out a hand toward my shadow. My shadow didn't flinch. It stood up from the wall and stepped toward the man, its dark hand reaching out to meet his pale, trembling one. When they touched, there was a spark, not of electricity but of color. For a fleeting second, the man's skin regained a flush of pink. For a second, his eyes became blue and solid. He let out a gasp of pure, agonizing relief. My shadow was feeding him. It was sharing the weight. The man closed his eyes, tears carving tracks through the dust on his face. "Thank you," he sobbed. "Oh, thank you." Then my shadow pulled back. It retreated to the wall, looking diminished, its blackness slightly grayed around the edges. The man remained standing, still shadowless, but the frantic, hollow look in his eyes had softened. He looked like a man who had been given a drink of water in a desert. It wasn't enough to save him, but it was enough to let him keep walking. He turned and walked out of the diner without another word. "You saw that?" I asked Sarah. She nodded, her face pale. "Your shadow, it's a donor." "We all are," I said. I stood up and laid a $20 bill on the table. We couldn't stay here. The more I stayed in one place, the more I realized that the world hadn't just been changed, it had been tasked. We, the people with shadows, were now the batteries for a world that had been running on empty for a long time. As we walked back to the car, the rain stopped. The sun broke through the clouds, and for a moment, the world was blindingly bright. I looked down at the pavement. My shadow was back on the ground, but it wasn't just a shape anymore. It had depth. It had texture. It looked like a hole in the world that led somewhere beautiful. I got into the driver's seat and started the engine. "Where to now?" Sarah asked. "Home," I said. "I have a house in Topeka. It's not much, but it has a basement and a lot of lamps. We'll start there." And then I looked at the rearview mirror. My shadow was looking back at me, its eyeless face full of a strange, dark wisdom. "And then," I said, "we figure out how to give the rest of the light back to the people who are still floating." As I pulled out onto the highway, I noticed something in the ditch. A man was standing there, watching the cars go by. He was tall, wearing a familiar flannel shirt. He didn't have a shadow. It was him, the man from the diner, the one who had started all of this. He looked at my car as I passed. He didn't look angry. He looked terrified. He was watching the thousands of standing shadows in the fields, the way they moved with purpose, the way they seemed to be whispering to one another. He had wanted to be real. He had wanted to escape the two-dimensional prison of the floor, but he had done it by stealing. He had done it by making himself a vacuum. And now, in a world that was overflowing with the weight of the human soul, a vacuum was the most dangerous thing you could be. The shadows weren't following him. They were circling him. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I let him shrink in the distance, a small, pale dot in a world that was finally rediscovering its color. "Mark," Sarah said after a few miles. "Yeah." My shadow just told me something. I gripped the wheel. They can talk. Not with words, with feelings, like a memory that isn't mine. "What did it say?" Sarah looked down at the dark shape at her feet. "It said that the sun is lonely. That's why it created us, to give the light something to hold on to." I looked at the horizon, where the sun was beginning its long descent toward the Kansas plains. The shadows were lengthening, stretching out across the world like long, reaching arms. They weren't just reflections. They were the anchors. I reached out and adjusted the mirror. My shadow adjusted his too. We weren't alone anymore. None of us were. The night was no longer a place of absence. It was a place of assembly. I drove into the sunset, the car humming a low, steady tune, while behind us, the world began to flicker with the first lamps of a new kind of evening. A night where you never had to look twice to see if someone was following you. They were always there. And for the first time, that was exactly how it was supposed to be. The road ahead was long and the weight was heavy, but as I felt my shadow's presence against my back, warm, solid, and real, I knew we could carry it. We had plenty of room. After all, a shadow is only as big as the light you're willing to stand in. The outskirts of Topeka looked the same, yet fundamentally broken in a way that didn't require rubble or fire. It was in the way a suburban dad stood on his lawn, frozen, watching his shadow prune a hedge that didn't exist. It was in the way the streetlights flickered on, and instead of casting elongated smears of gray, they birthed sharp, ink-black figures that stepped away from the poles to sit on the curbs, watching the traffic. My house was a small, brick ranch on a street lined with silver maples. When I pulled into the driveway, the engine's kill switch felt like a finality. I sat there for a moment, my hands still molded to the shape of the steering wheel. "We're here," I said. Sarah didn't move. She was looking at the house across the street. A young woman was on the porch, sobbing into her hands. Beside her, a shadow that looked like an old man, perhaps a grandfather she had lost, or the version of herself she feared becoming, was gently stroking her hair with fingers made of nothingness. "It's too much, Mark," Sarah whispered. "It's too much truth all at once. How does a heart hold this?" "One room at a time," I told her. I opened the car door. My shadow didn't wait for me to stand. It slid out of the seat and stood on the concrete, stretching its limbs with a terrifying, fluid grace. It was taller than me now, or perhaps it just felt that way because it was no longer bound by the geometry of the sun. It looked at the house, then at me, and nodded once. A silent agreement. This was the base of operations. The interior of the house smelled of stale coffee and the lingering scent of the person I used to be, a man who worked in insurance and worried about his cholesterol. That man felt like a character in a book I'd read a long time ago. I flipped the light switch in the hallway. The overhead bulb hummed. My shadow immediately detached from my feet and went to the bookshelf. It ran a dark, translucent finger over the spines of the books. It stopped on a collection of Poe, of course. "Make yourself at home," I muttered, half joking, but the shadow didn't laugh. It pulled a shadow version of the book from the shelf, a shimmering, dark duplicate, and sat in my recliner. Sarah came in behind me, her shadow hovering close to her like a nervous bodyguard. "I need to call my mom," she said. "I need to know if her shadow is okay. The kitchen phone still works, I think, or try your cell." While Sarah retreated into the kitchen, I walked to the basement door. This was where I kept the things I didn't want to look at. Old gym equipment, boxes of my mother's clothes that I couldn't bring myself to donate, and the heavy, humid silence of a life lived in neutral. I headed down the stairs. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and concrete. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't need to. My shadow followed me down, its presence providing a strange, inverted illumination. In the darkness of the basement, the shadow glowed with a kind of anti-light, a violet-black radiance that made the shapes of boxes and crates visible. I went to the far corner, to a heavy wooden trunk bound in rusted iron. It had belonged to my father. He had been a man of silences, a man who had disappeared into himself long before he actually left. I pried the lid open. Inside were letters, a silver watch that had stopped in 1994, and a stack of black and white photographs. I picked one up. It was my father standing in front of this very house. In the photo, his shadow was a sharp, dark wedge on the grass. My shadow leaned over my shoulder, looking at the picture. I felt a coldness prickle my skin, not the cold of a draft, but the cold of a shared memory. "He had it too, didn't he?" I asked the darkness. "The weight, he just didn't have a way to let it out." My shadow reached out and touched the photograph. The image of my father's shadow seemed to ripple, the black ink of the old print swirling like oil on water. For a second, the man in the photo looked less like a ghost and more like a prisoner. The true absence hadn't just appeared out of nowhere. It had been fed for generations. Every repressed scream, every unuttered apology, every secret shame tucked away in basements like this one. It had all been draining into the sub-basement of the universe. We had been hollowing out the world for centuries, and I had simply been the one standing there when the floor finally gave way. A crash from upstairs shattered the moment. "Mark, Mark, help!" Sarah's voice was high, jagged with terror. I scrambled up the stairs, my shadow flowing up the walls beside me like a liquid predator. I burst into the kitchen to find Sarah backed against the refrigerator. The kitchen window was shattered. Standing in the middle of the linoleum was a thing that shouldn't have existed. It wasn't a man, and it wasn't a shadow. It was a chaotic smudge of gray static, a bipedal hole in reality that hissed like a broken television. It had no face, only a swirling vortex of white noise where a head should be. It was a fragment, a piece of the true absence that had clung to our world, a stray dog from the void. It came through the glass, Sarah gasped, clutching a kitchen knife that looked useless against a creature made of non-existence. It walked through the wall. The fragment lunged. It didn't move through space so much as it erased the space between itself and Sarah. But my shadow was faster. It leaped from the wall, expanding as it flew through the air. It didn't strike the fragment with fists. It wrapped around it, a cloak of absolute blackness swallowing the gray static. The sound was horrific, a grinding of frequencies, the scream of a vacuum being filled with lead. The two entities crashed into the kitchen table, splintering the wood. My shadow was growling, a sound that vibrated in my own chest, in my own throat. I felt its fury. I felt the primal urge to protect the light. "Mark your hands," Sarah screamed. I looked down. My hands were turning black, the skin dissolving into the same velvet smoke as my shadow. I wasn't just watching the fight, I was the fuel for it. Every ounce of strength my shadow used was being drawn from my own marrow. "Get back," I yelled at Sarah. I ran toward the thrashing mass of dark and gray. I didn't know what I was doing, but I knew that I couldn't let the absence take anything else. I reached into the center of the static, my hands disappearing into the freezing, buzzing heart of the fragment. It felt like sticking my arms into a meat grinder made of ice. The static tried to pull me in, tried to turn my blood into gray noise. It showed me visions of a world where nothing mattered, where every word was a lie and every light was a dying ember. "Give up," the static whispered into my brain. "It's so much easier to be nothing." "No," I wheezed. "I'm tired of being nothing." I thought of the man in the diner who had shared the weight. I thought of the elderly couple holding hands while their shadows watched over them. I thought of the weight in my father's trunk. I took all of it, the grief of the stolen, the loneliness of the Topeka streets, the heavy, wonderful burden of being alive, and I shoved it into the fragment. I fed it. I didn't fight the vacuum, I overfilled it. I poured every bit of somethings I had into the nothing. The fragment shuddered. The gray static began to turn a dull, bruised purple. It bloated, its edges blurring as it struggled to digest the sudden influx of reality. With a final, wet pop, a sound like a bubble bursting in thick mud, it vanished. The kitchen went silent. My shadow slumped against the cupboards, looking thin and ragged. My hands returned to flesh and bone, though they shook with a violent tremor. Sarah dropped the knife. She slumped to the floor, her breath coming in ragged hitches. "They're coming for us, aren't they?" she asked. "The holes, they want their space back." I leaned against the counter, looking at the shattered window. Outside, the night was beautiful and terrifying. I could see other flashes of gray static in the distance, dancing like heat lightning over the rooftops of Topeka. But I also saw the shadows of my neighbors rising up to meet them. "The absence isn't a place," I said, wiping a smudge of black soot from my forehead. "It's a hunger, and for the first time in history, the world has a way to bite back." I walked over to Sarah and reached out a hand. Her shadow reached out too, helping her up before she even took my physical grip. "We can't just stay here," she said, "if these things are everywhere." "We aren't staying," I said. "We're going to find the others, the ones who know how to feed the dark, the ones who aren't afraid of their own weight." I looked at my shadow. It stood up, brushing itself off, looking stronger already. It looked at me, and I felt a strange sense of pride. I had spent 34 years trying to be a man without a footprint, a man who left no mark on the world. That man was dead. I went to the closet and pulled out a heavy coat. I grabbed the silver watch from my father's trunk and slipped it into my pocket. It wasn't ticking, but it felt heavy. It felt like an anchor. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked, following me to the door. "East," I said. "Back toward the salt mines. If the breach is still open, we need to make sure nothing else comes through. And we need to find out what happened to the man who stole the first shadow." "Why?" "Because he's the only one who knows how to close the door. And if he won't do it, I will. We stepped out onto the porch. The air was cool and crisp. The streetlights were all out now, but the neighborhood wasn't dark. It was alive with the soft, bioluminescent glow of thousands of shadows, standing guard over their sleeping humans. It was a world of two halves, finally stitched together with the thread of our own suffering. As I walked to the car, my shadow stopped by a rose bush. It reached out and touched a petal, and for a second, the flower turned a deep, impossible shade of black before returning to red. It was learning. We were all learning. The car started on the first try. I backed out of the driveway, the headlights cutting through the night. Beside me, Sarah was already looking at a map, her shadow pointing at a junction near the Missouri border. "Mark," she said as we turned onto the main road, "what if we can't close it? What if the world just stays like this forever?" I looked at the rearview mirror. Behind us, the city of Topeka was a forest of dark silhouettes, a skyline of souls standing tall against the encroaching gray. "Then we learn to be comfortable in the dark," I said, "and we make sure we never, ever run out of things to say to our shadows." The highway stretched out before us, a ribbon of possibility. The radio was silent now, but the air was full of a new kind of music, the low, rhythmic hum of a world that was finally, truly heavy. I pressed my foot to the accelerator. The sun would be up in a few hours, and when it arrived, it would find a world that no longer feared the things it cast. We were the army of the night, and we were finally going home. The miles ticked by in a blur of indigo and silver. We bypassed the major cities, sticking to the veins of the country, the two-lane blacktops where the houses were far apart and the shadows had room to grow. In the small towns, we saw the new reality taking root. We saw a gas station attendant playing chess with his own silhouette. We saw a dog barking at its shadow, only to have the shadow bark back in a soundless ripple of motion that made the dog wag its tail in confusion. But we also saw the casualties. In a small park outside of Lawrence, we saw a man sitting on a bench, surrounded by 3 fragments. They were circling him, their static hissing like a nest of vipers. The man was shadowless, one of the unfortunates who had been hollowed out. He looked like he was made of dry parchment, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. "Stop the car," Sarah said. I pulled over. We didn't even have to speak. My shadow was already out the door before I had the seatbelt unbuckled. We ran onto the grass. The fragments turned, their eyeless faces pulsing with a sickening gray light. They sensed the weight in us. They sensed the feast. "Give them everything, Sarah," I yelled. We didn't use knives or guns. We used our hearts. We opened the floodgates of our own minds, letting the darkest, heaviest parts of our histories pour out. I gave them the memory of my mother's funeral, the smell of lilies and the cold, hard realization that I was alone. I gave them the fear I felt every night when I looked in the mirror and didn't recognize the man staring back. Beside me, Sarah was doing the same. Her shadow was a whirlwind of motion, striking the fragments with the force of 1,000 unshed tears. The fragments couldn't handle it. They were built for the void, for the absence of things. When faced with the sheer, crushing density of human emotion, they shattered like glass. One by one, they imploded, leaving behind nothing but a faint smell of ozone and a lingering sense of peace. The shadowless man on the bench looked up at us. He was still pale, still hollow, but the immediate threat was gone. "I can't feel my feet," he whispered. "I feel like I'm drifting away." I knelt in front of him. I looked at my shadow, which was standing behind me, vibrating with redirected energy. "Help him," I whispered. My shadow reached out. It didn't give the man a new shadow, it couldn't do that. But it placed a dark, solid hand on the man's chest. A spark of black light passed between them. The man gasped, his body suddenly gaining weight, his feet pressing firmly into the grass. "It's not yours to keep," I told him, "but it will hold you down until we find a way to fix this." The man nodded, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, oh God, thank you." We got back in the car. We had a long way to go, and the world was full of people who were drifting away. As we drove, the first hint of dawn began to bleed into the eastern sky. It wasn't the golden dawn of the previous morning. It was a bruised, heavy sunrise, the light struggling to penetrate the thick atmosphere of a world that was now three-dimensional in ways we were only beginning to understand. "We're close," Sarah said, looking at a landmark. "The salt mine is just over the next ridge." I gripped the wheel tighter. I could feel it now, the pull of the breach. It felt like a low-frequency hum in my teeth, a tugging at the back of my skull. The true absence was waiting. It had lost the first round, but it was a patient God. It had all the time in the universe to wait for us to tire, to wait for our shadows to grow weary of carrying our burdens. But as I looked at Sarah, and then at the dark, loyal figure sitting in the back seat of my car, I knew we weren't going to tire. We had been carrying this weight in secret for our whole lives. Now that it was out in the open, it felt lighter than ever. We topped the ridge. Below us, the salt mine sat like a scar on the earth, surrounded by a swirling vortex of gray static that reached up into the clouds. "There it is," I said. "What's the plan?" Sarah asked. I looked at my shadow. It looked back at me, its eyeless face full of a grim, dark determination. "We go down," I said, "and we give the darkness exactly what it asked for." "Which is?" "Everything." I shifted the car into gear and began the descent into the heart of the world. The road was steep, the air was cold, and the shadows were standing tall. The night was over, the dawn was coming, and we were ready to meet it, hand in hand with the darkness that had finally taught us how to be human. The descent into the salt mine was like driving into the throat of a dying god. The road, a winding gravel path that had once served heavy machinery, was now choked with the physical manifestations of a world coming apart. The gray static we had seen in the kitchen was no longer just a localized phenomenon. Here, near the epicenter, the air itself seemed to be losing its resolution. Trees along the perimeter of the mine were flickering, their branches blurring into jagged polygons before snapping back into reality. Sarah clutched the dashboard, her knuckles white. The air feels thin, not like high altitude, like it's missing ingredients. "It's the dilution," I said, my voice sounding hollow even to my own ears. "The absence isn't just taking shadows anymore. It's starting to take the space between atoms." My shadow, seated in the back, wasn't resting. It was pressed against the rear window, its dark limbs splayed out as if trying to hold the car together by sheer force of will. Every time we passed a pocket of that hissing gray noise, my shadow would ripple, a low vibration humming through the chassis of the car. It was acting as a heat shield, absorbing the nothing before it could touch our physical bodies. We reached the primary gate of the Hutchinson facility. The chain-link fence had been shredded, the metal wires curled back like the petals of a charred flower. Beyond the gate, the main elevator shaft loomed, a skeletal tower of rusted iron that looked impossibly fragile against the swirling vortex of the breach above. I parked the car 50 yards from the entrance. The silence here was absolute, save for that persistent, electronic hiss of the fragments. "We can't take the elevator," Sarah noted, pointing toward the crumpled cables. "We'll have to use the ventilation stairs." "It's 600 feet down," I said. "Then we'd better start walking." We stepped out of the car. The ground beneath our boots felt spongy, as if the salt and rock were being replaced by something less substantial. As we approached the stairs, a figure stepped out from behind a stack of shipping containers. It was a woman, or what was left of one. She wore a lab coat that was stained with something darker than oil. She was shadowless, but unlike the man in the park, she didn't look fragile. She looked frantic. She was holding a handheld Geiger counter, but it wasn't clicking. It was screaming a single, continuous tone. "You can't go down there," she croaked, her eyes wide and bloodshot. The math changed. You can't subtract from zero, but he's doing it. He's finding the negative numbers." Who? I asked, though I already knew. The thief, she whispered. He didn't just want the shadows, he wanted the weight. He thought if he gathered enough of the world's substance, he could become the only thing that was real, a god of density in a universe of ghosts. Where is he? Sarah stepped forward, her own shadow looming large and menacing on the gravel behind her. The woman pointed toward the dark maw of the ventilation shaft. At the bottom, in the cathedral room, but you won't find a man. You'll find a black hole with a human name. She began to laugh, a thin, brittle sound that ended in a cough of gray dust. She turned and walked away into the haze, her footsteps making no sound on the ground. She was already half gone, a memory waiting for the wind to pick it up. Mark, Sarah said, touching my arm, if we do this, if we give everything to the dark to fill the hole, do we get to come back? I looked at my shadow. It was staring down into the shaft, its body tense, ready to spring. I felt its hunger, its loyalty, and its profound, ancient exhaustion. I don't know, I said, but I'd rather be a heavy ghost than a light nothing. We began the descent. The stairs were a nightmare of cramped metal and encroaching darkness. As we went deeper, the violet-black radiance of our shadows became our only source of light. It was a strange, inverted world. The deeper we went, the more real the shadows became. My shadow's hand occasionally brushed against the railing and it made a sound, a metallic clink. It was gaining mass. It was becoming solid. Conversely, I felt myself becoming translucent. My skin felt like it was made of rice paper. My heart felt like a bird trapped in a cage of dry sticks. The trade-off, I whispered, my breath hitching. The closer we get to the breach, the more the roles reverse. Don't think about it, Sarah urged, though she was leaning heavily on her own shadow now. The dark entity was practically carrying her, its arm wrapped around her waist, keeping her anchored to the steps. Just keep moving. One room at a time, remember. We reached the 400-foot mark when the first wave of nothing hit us. It wasn't a physical blow. It was a psychic erasure. For a split second, I forgot my mother's face. I forgot the color of the car I'd driven for 5 years. I forgot the feeling of water on my skin. It was a vacuum in the mind, a predatory amnesia that sought to hollow out the soul before it consumed the body. I stumbled, my knees hitting the cold steel of the landing. Mark! I couldn't answer. I was staring into a void that was opening up inside my own chest. I could feel the insurance salesman, the man who worried about his cholesterol, the man who lived in neutral. I could feel him being erased. He was too light. He was being blown away like ash. Then a cold, heavy hand slammed onto my shoulder. My shadow knelt beside me. It didn't speak, it had no voice, but it shoved a memory into me. It was a hard, jagged memory of the time I'd broken my arm at age 7. The pain was sharp, agonizing, and beautiful. It was real asterisk. The shadow used the pain like a nail, pinning my consciousness back to my frame. I gasped, the air returning to my lungs. I looked at the shadow. Its face was still a featureless void, but I saw the reflection of my own survival in the curve of its shoulders. Thanks, I wheezed. Keep going, the feeling vibrated through my bones. We reached the bottom of the shaft. The cathedral room was a massive cavern carved out of the salt, its ceiling lost in the heights of the mine. In the center of the room, the breach was no longer a theory. It was a towering pillar of gray static, a vertical scar that seemed to be sucking the very light out of the air. And standing at the base of the pillar was the man from the diner. He looked different now. He was draped in a cloak of stolen shadows, hundreds of them, writhing and screaming in a silent, dark agony. They were stitched to his skin, layered over one another like the scales of a serpent. He looked massive, a titan of stolen gravity. "You came," he said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It echoed from the walls of the cavern, 1,000 voices layered into one. "I felt your weight approaching. You have a very dense soul, Mark. It's delicious." "It's not yours," I said, stepping into the salt-dusted arena. Isn't it? I am the only one who realized the truth, the thief said, spreading his shadow-clad arms. The world was already empty. I didn't cause the absence, I just gave it a mouth. We were all hollowed out by our own comforts, our own refusals to feel. I am simply collecting the discarded pieces of a race that forgot how to be heavy. He moved toward us, and the ground cracked under his feet. The stolen shadows around him lashed out like whips, flickering through the air. "You're not a god," Sarah shouted, her shadow stepping in front of her, its hands forming into dark, jagged blades. "You're just a hoarder. You're holding onto things you don't understand." "I understand them better than you," the thief roared. "I know the weight of every secret in this county. I know the grief of the widow in Topeka and the shame of the priest in Wichita. I have it all. And with it, I will bridge the gap. I will make a world that never fades." He lunged. The fight was not like any battle I had ever imagined. It was a collision of histories. When the thief's stolen shadows struck mine, I didn't feel physical pain. I felt the grief of a stranger. I felt the loss of a child I'd never met. I felt the sting of a betrayal from 100 years ago. He was throwing the weight of the world at me, trying to crush me under the sheer volume of human suffering. I fell to my back, the salt stinging my eyes. Sarah was engaged with a cluster of the thief's shadows, her own entity flickering as it took hit after hit. The thief stood over me, his face a shifting mosaic of stolen identities. "Give it up, Mark. Your shadow is strong, but it is only one. I have thousands." He reached down, his hand a claw of compressed darkness, aimed at my heart. He didn't want to kill me, he wanted to harvest me. I looked up at him, and in that moment I realized what he was missing. He had the weight, but he had no connection to it. He was a vessel, not a participant. He was holding the shadows like trophies, but he wasn't feeling them. "You're wrong," I whispered. "About what?" "You think the weight is a weapon," I said, my hand finding the silver watch in my pocket, the one that had stopped in 1994. I gripped it tight, letting the cold metal anchor me. "But it's not. It's a gift, and a gift only works if you let it go." I didn't fight his reach. I opened myself. I didn't just give him my shadow. I gave him the meaning of the shadow. I reached out and grabbed his wrist, and instead of pulling away, I pushed. I poured every bit of my own reality into him, not as a burden but as an experience. I gave him the smell of my father's old coat. I gave him the sound of Sarah's laugh in the car. I gave him the quiet, boring peace of a Sunday afternoon. I gave him the mundane, beautiful, terrifying truth of being a man who worked in insurance and worried about his cholesterol. The thief froze. The stolen shadows around him began to ripple. They weren't being attacked, they were being recognized. The grief he held started to ache. The shame started to burn. He had been holding the what of human existence, but I was giving him the why. "Stop," he groaned, his voice cracking. It's too much. I can't feel all of it at once." "That's the point," I said, my voice growing stronger as I felt the connection deepen. "You wanted the weight. This is what it feels like to be alive. It hurts, it's heavy, and you have to carry it one day at a time." The thief began to collapse. The stolen shadows were no longer scales on his skin. They were anchors dragging him down. He fell to his knees, his body twisting as the hundreds of souls he'd harvested began to reclaim their own narratives. The gray pillar of the breach reacted to the sudden influx of pure, raw humanity. The static began to churn, turning from gray to a deep, bruised violet. "Mark the breach," Sarah yelled. She had broken free of her attackers and was running toward me. The thief looked at me, his own eyes, small and terrified, peeking out from the mass of shadows. "Help me," he whispered. "I can't," I said, "but they can." I let go of his wrist. My shadow didn't strike him. It walked toward him and merged with the mass. It wasn't adding to the thief's power. It was acting as a conductor. It was showing the other shadows the way back. One by one, the stolen shadows began to detach. They didn't fly away, they flowed back into the earth, back into the air, seeking out the people they belonged to. The thief shrank, his massive form withering until he was just a man again, a small, broken man in a tattered suit, lying on a bed of salt. But the breach was still there, and it was hungry. The vortex began to pull, a massive gravitational force that threatened to suck the entire cavern into the void. The salt on the floor rose in a great white cloud. "It's not enough," Sarah cried, shielding her face. "The hole is too big, we emptied the thief, but the absence is still calling." I looked at the pillar of violet black noise. It was a wound in the universe, and it needed a stitch. I looked at my shadow. It was standing at the edge of the vortex. It looked back at me, and for the first time I saw a mouth form on its face. It didn't speak, but it smiled. A sad, knowing smile. "No," I whispered, "not you." The shadow stepped toward the breach. It wasn't being pulled, it was choosing to go. It was the heaviest thing in the room, the most real thing I had ever known. It was the sum of everything I was and everything I had feared to be. It reached out and touched the static. The sound was like a choir of a billion voices suddenly finding the same note. The violet light exploded, filling the cavern with a radiance so bright it was blinding. I felt a tearing sensation in my soul, a profound sense of loss that made me want to scream. My shadow was weaving itself into the hole. It was using its own density, its own history, to plug the leak in reality. "Don't leave me," I yelled, reaching out. But the shadow was gone. The vortex shuddered. The gray static collapsed in on itself, turning into a single, tiny point of light before vanishing with a sound like a closing book. The cavern went dark. I fell to the floor, my hands clutching the salt. I felt light, horribly, terrifyingly light. I felt like I was made of nothing but air and memory. "Mark," Sarah's voice came from the darkness. I didn't answer, I couldn't. I was looking at the ground where the breach had been. There was no shadow there, my shadow was gone. I looked at my own hands. In the dim light of the emergency lamps that were finally flickering back to life, my skin looked pale, almost transparent. I felt the urge to float away, to let the wind take me. Then I felt a hand on mine. Sarah was kneeling beside me. She was still there. And behind her, her shadow, ragged, thin, but present, was holding her up. "It's over," she whispered. "He's gone," I said, my voice a ghost of itself. "My shadow, he stayed behind." "He didn't stay behind, Mark," Sarah said, her eyes shining with tears. He finished the job." We sat in the silence of the salt mine for a long time. Upstairs, the world was waking up. The shadows would be returning to their owners, a little more tired, a little more solid. The people of Topeka would wake up with memories they didn't understand and a weight in their chests that they would never again try to ignore. I stood up, my legs shaking. I felt like a man walking on the moon. Every step was too high, every movement too easy. I had no anchor. But as we walked toward the ventilation stairs, I saw something. A small, faint smudge on the salt. It wasn't a shadow, not yet. It was just a flicker, a tiny bit of darkness that followed my heel. It was new. It was empty. It was a blank page. "I have to start over," I realized. "We both do," Sarah said. We climbed the stairs, leaving the cathedral room to the silence of the earth. When we emerged into the morning air, the sun was finally over the horizon. The world was beautiful. The trees were solid. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and coming rain. I stood in the center of the parking lot and looked down at my feet. The sun was bright, and there, stretching out before me, was a thin, gray line. It wasn't the powerful, sentient entity that had saved my life. It was just a shadow, my shadow. It was small, and it was light, but it was mine. I took a breath, feeling the weight of the air in my lungs. I looked at the silver watch in my hand. I wound the dial. Tick, tick, tick. The time was 6:14 a.m. The world was heavy, the shadows were back, and for the first time in my life, I knew exactly who I was. I was a man who left a mark. "Ready?" Sarah asked, standing by the car. I looked at the horizon, at the long road leading back to a life that would never be the same. "Yeah," I said, my voice solid and sure. "Let's go home." The drive back from the Hutchinson facility was a study in returning color. The world didn't just regain its hues, it regained its texture. The wheat fields weren't just yellow, they were heavy with the sway of the wind, each stalk possessing a distinct sound as it brushed against its neighbor. The sky wasn't just blue, it was a deep, resonant sapphire that felt like it had depth, as if you could reach up and sink your hand into it. Sarah drove. I sat in the passenger seat, staring at the dashboard, watching the way the sunlight played across the plastic. I kept checking the floorboards. My new shadow was a timid thing, a mere sliver of gray that seemed terrified of the light. It didn't move with the predatory grace of the old one. It didn't pulse with hidden thoughts. It was just an absence of light, a mathematical certainty. I felt a strange, hollow grief for the entity I had lost, the silent companion that had known my darkest corners better than I knew them myself. It had died so that I could be solid, and the debt felt heavier than the gravity I had regained. "Do you feel it?" Sarah asked. Her voice was scratchy, worn down by the screaming silence of the mind. "The weight?" I asked. "The connection," she corrected. She gripped the steering wheel, and I saw her glance in the rearview mirror. Her own shadow was draped over the back seat, looking exhausted, its edges frayed like a well-loved blanket. I can feel the people again. Not their thoughts exactly, just their presence. Like a radio that's finally been tuned to the right frequency. I closed my eyes and tried to listen. At first, there was only the hum of the tires on the asphalt. But then I felt a tug. It was a faint, rhythmic pulse coming from a farmhouse we were passing. It was the sound of a woman frying eggs, the sharp crack of the shell, the sizzle of the pan. Further down the road, I felt the heavy, slow heartbeat of an old man waking up and realizing his joints didn't ache quite as much as they had yesterday. The thief had been right about one thing. We were a race that had forgotten how to be heavy. We had lived in the shallows for so long that we'd mistaken the surface for the whole ocean. But the absence had changed that. It had been a collective near-death experience. "We need to stop," I said as we reached the outskirts of a small town. "I need to see them." "See who?" "Anyone." She pulled into a gas station. The pumps were humming, a sound that had been missing for days. A man was standing by a pickup truck, filling a red plastic canister. He looked ordinary: overalls, a dusty baseball cap, skin lined by years of Kansas sun. But as we stepped out of the car, I saw him stop. He looked at his shadow on the concrete. He moved his arm, and the shadow moved with him. The man let out a breath, a long, shaky exhale that turned into a sob. He leaned against the side of his truck, his head in his hands, and he just wept. He wasn't crying because he was sad. He was crying because he was no longer alone in his own skin. I walked toward the station's convenience store. Inside, the bells chimed with a silver clarity that made my teeth ache. The teenager behind the counter was staring at a display of candy bars as if they were religious icons. "Everything okay?" I asked. My voice sounded loud, grounded. The boy looked up. His eyes were clear. "I forgot," he whispered. "I forgot what it felt like to be sure I was here." I nodded, buying a bottle of water just to feel the cold condensation on my palm. "Don't forget again," I told him. Back in the car, Sarah was looking at a map, but her hands were trembling. "What happens now, Mark? The breach is closed, but the world knows now. You can't unring a bell this big." "The world will do what it always does," I said, opening the water. "It'll rationalize. It'll call it a mass hallucination, or a rare atmospheric phenomenon, or a gas leak. People want to be light, Sarah. Being heavy is hard work. Most of them will try to forget the night their shadows left them within a month. But we won't." "No," I said, looking at the silver watch on my wrist. We're the ones who have to remember the cost of the repair. We reached my house by noon. The neighborhood looked exactly the same, yet fundamentally altered. The lawns were greener, the fences sharper. My house, the small, unremarkable box where I had hidden from my life for years, looked like a fortress of reality. Sarah walked me to the door. We stood on the porch, the silence between us no longer an empty void but a shared space. "Will you be okay?" she asked, "without him?" I looked down at the pale, thin shadow at my feet. It was huddled against the doorframe, trying to find its place. "I think he left me enough of a blueprint. I just have to fill it back in. What about you? Are you going back to the city?" She shook her head. "I think I've had enough of the city for a while. Too many people trying to be ghosts. I think I'll stay out here. Maybe find a place where the horizon is wide enough to keep an eye on things. If the nothing ever decides to come back, I want to be the first one to see it." She reached out and squeezed my hand. Her skin was warm, solid, and certain. For a second, I felt the echo of the cathedral room, the roar of the static, and the sacrifice of the dark. Then she turned and walked back to her car. I watched her leave, her shadow stretching out behind her, a loyal guardian that had survived the war. I went inside. The house was quiet, but it wasn't the dead quiet of the previous night. The refrigerator hummed. The floorboards creaked under my weight. I walked into the kitchen and sat at the table. I took out a piece of paper and a pen. I wanted to write it down, all of it. The man in the park, the diner, the thief, the way my shadow had smiled before it became a suture for the universe. I needed to anchor the truth in ink before the world's natural amnesia began to erode my edges. But as I touched the pen to the paper, I stopped. I looked at the shadow of the pen on the page. It was faint, but it was there. I realized that the story didn't need to be written to be real. It was written in the way I would walk from now on. It was written in the way I would look people in the eye. It was written in the weight I carried, the beautiful, agonizing, necessary weight of being alive. I stood up and went to the window. Outside, a neighbor was mowing his lawn. A dog was barking at a squirrel. A car drove by, its radio playing a song about heartbreak that sounded, for the first time in a long time, like it meant every word. I looked at my reflection in the glass. I looked older. There were lines around my eyes that hadn't been there yesterday, or perhaps I had just been too translucent to see them. I looked like a man who had been through a fire and come out as charcoal, darker, harder, and capable of leaving a mark on everything I touched. The insurance company would call. They would want to know why I hadn't checked my emails. My mother would call, complaining about a dream she'd had where she couldn't find her shoes. The world would demand that I return to the mundane, the routine, the light life. But I would remember the cathedral room. I would remember the feel of the silver watch ticking in the dark. I stepped away from the window and headed toward the basement. I had a lot of things stored down there, old boxes, memories I'd tried to subtract from my life because they were too heavy to carry. I realized now that those boxes weren't clutter. They were ballast. They were the things that kept me from floating away into the gray. I reached the basement door and paused. For a split second, I thought I felt a familiar coldness on my shoulder, a phantom limb of the shadow I had lost. It wasn't a haunting, it was a reminder. "Keep going," the memory whispered. I opened the door and descended into the dark, my new shadow trailing behind me, growing just a little bit darker with every step I took. The night my shadow didn't follow me was over, but the life we had bought with that night was just beginning. I reached the bottom of the stairs and turned on the light. The bulb flickered, then caught, casting a long, sharp silhouette against the concrete floor. It was a small shadow, a young shadow, but it was growing. I picked up a box labeled *1998 and felt the weight of it in my arms. It was heavy. It was wonderful. I took a breath and began to work. The world was back. The void was closed. And I, Mark Sumner, was finally, irrevocably, substantially real. I spent the next several hours in the basement. It was a ritual of reclamation. I went through old photo albums, feeling the gloss of the paper and the sharp edges of memories that had once been too painful to touch. I found a box of my father's old tools, wrenches and hammers of heavy, cold steel. I laid them out on the workbench, one by one. Each tool felt like a promise to build, to repair, to maintain the structure of a life that mattered. As the afternoon sun began to dip, casting long, amber rays through the small basement windows, I noticed a change. My shadow, which had been a mere smudge that morning, was darkening. It was drinking in the history of the room, the weight of the objects I was handling, the gravity of my own focus. It wasn't the same entity as before. It was less of a partner and more of a reflection, but it was becoming robust. I realized then that the thief had been wrong about the nature of shadows. They weren't just discarded pieces of our souls. They were our anchors. They were the part of us that stayed connected to the earth when our minds wanted to drift into the clouds of abstraction and denial. To lose your shadow was to lose your context. I climbed the stairs back to the main floor, my muscles aching with a fatigue that felt earned. I went to the kitchen and made a meal. I didn't just eat for fuel. I tasted the salt, the heat, the texture of the bread. I was a glutton for the physical world. The phone rang. It was my mother. "Mark," she said, her voice sounding thin over the line. "Mark, are you there?" "I'm here, Mom," I said. I sat down at the table, watching my shadow stretch across the linoleum. "I had the strangest night," she said, her voice trembling. I felt like I was disappearing. I looked in the mirror and I couldn't see the back of my own throat. It was like I was made of smoke. "I know," I said softly. "It was a rough night for everyone, but it's over now." "Is it? I feel so tired, Mark, so heavy." "That's good, Mom," I told her, and I meant it. Being heavy means you're still here. It means the world can't just blow you away. Go to sleep. You'll feel more like yourself in the morning. After I hung up, I went out onto the back porch. The sun was setting, painting the Kansas sky in bruises of purple and gold. It was the same color as the breach, but without the malice. This was the color of a day well spent, not a universe coming apart. I thought about Sarah, somewhere out there on the plains, watching the same sunset. I wondered if she was looking at her shadow too. I wondered if she felt the same strange mix of loneliness and liberation. We were the only two people who knew why the world felt a little more solid today. We were the keepers of a secret that no one would ever believe, and that bond felt stronger than any shadow. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the silver watch. It was still ticking. The sound was a heartbeat, a metronome for a reality that had almost been erased. I looked down at the porch boards. My shadow was long now, reaching all the way to the edge of the steps. It was a deep, solid black. It looked like a hole in the world, but a hole that I had filled with my own presence. I stood there until the sun disappeared and the stars began to poke through the velvet of the night. The stars looked different now, not like distant, cold lights, but like pinpricks in a dark curtain, letting in just enough light to show us where we were. I wasn't afraid of the dark anymore. The dark was where the weight lived. The dark was where the shadows went to rest. I turned back toward the house, my shadow following me faithfully across the threshold. I locked the door, not to keep the world out, but to keep my own reality in. I went to bed and slept a deep, dreamless sleep. It was the sleep of a man who knew he would wake up exactly where he lay. It was the sleep of the heavy. In the morning, the sun hit my face, and the first thing I did was look at the wall. There I was, dark, jagged, and perfectly attached. I got out of bed, dressed, and walked out into the world. I had a life to live, an insurance policy to write, and a world to experience, one heavy, beautiful pound at a time. The thief was gone, the absence was closed, but the lesson remained. I walked down the sidewalk, my footsteps echoing with a solid, rhythmic thud. Every person I passed was accompanied by a dark twin. We were a parade of the substantial, a city of anchors, a world of people who had finally found their gravity. I smiled at a woman walking her dog. She smiled back, and for a second I saw it in her eyes, a flicker of the same recognition, the same relief. She knew. We all knew, somewhere deep in the marrow of our bones. We were the ones who stayed. We were the ones who chose to be real. I kept walking, my shadow leading the way, its head held high, its feet firmly planted in the dust of the earth. We were together again, in a way we had never been before. The night my shadow didn't follow me was the night I finally learned how to lead. And as I turned the corner toward my office, the silver watch in my pocket chimed the hour. It was a new day, a heavy day, a perfect day. By the third day, the great dimming, as the news cycles were already beginning to call it, had been officially classified as a solar flare phenomenon combined with a localized atmospheric anomaly. Experts in expensive suits sat behind glass desks on every channel, explaining away the terror with charts of geomagnetic activity. They spoke of temporary ocular fatigue and mass psychogenic distress. They were building a bridge of lies to carry the public back to the comfort of the mundane, and the public was crossing it with frantic, grateful steps. I sat in my office at the insurance firm, the fluorescent lights humming overhead. The sound, which used to irritate me, now felt like a choir. I was processing a claim for a collapsed roof, a mundane, heavy physical disaster, and I found myself running my fingers over the grainy texture of the printed photographs. My shadow was curled under my desk, a dark puddle of ink that didn't move unless I did. It was silent. It was simple. But every now and then, when the sun hit the window at a certain angle, I could almost swear I saw the edges of its shimmer, as if it were remembering the vast, echoing chambers of the salt mine. The door to my office creaked open. It was Miller, the floor manager. He looked haggard, his skin a shade of gray that suggested he hadn't slept since the cathedral room had closed. He held a stack of files, but his grip was loose, uncertain. "Sumner," he said, his voice lacking its usual abrasive edge. "You've been quiet more than usual." "Just catching up, Miller," I said, not looking up from the roof claim. "The world doesn't stop turning just because the lights went out for a bit." Miller stepped into the room, closing the door behind him. The click of the latch sounded like a gunshot in the small space. He walked to the window and looked out at the street below, where the midday traffic was a slow, grinding river of metal. "I saw something," Miller whispered, his back to me. "That night when it started, I was at home and I went to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. I looked in the mirror and I wasn't there. But it wasn't just that I was invisible, Mark. It was that I felt thin, like I was a piece of paper being held up to a bonfire. I could feel the heat of the nothing starting to char my edges." I stopped writing. I looked at Miller's shadow. It was there, but it was twitchy, pulling toward the corners of the room as if it didn't quite trust the floor to hold it. "A lot of people felt that," I said carefully. "The news says it was a gas leak from the old refinery," Miller said, turning around. His eyes were wide, searching mine for a lifeline. "They're saying the chemicals caused temporary blindness and hallucinations. But Mark, I didn't smell gas. I smelled old air, like a tomb that had been opened for the first time in a million years. And I felt a weight that wasn't mine." I stood up. I walked around the desk and stood in front of him. I was a head shorter than Miller, but in that moment I felt like a mountain. I reached out and put a hand on his shoulder. I made sure to grip him hard, to let him feel the pressure of my fingers, the heat of my palm, the undeniable reality of my existence. "It's over, Miller," I said, my voice low and steady. "The air is back. The weight is yours again. Don't listen to the news and don't listen to the fear. Just feel the floor under your boots. That's the only truth that matters now." Miller looked down at my hand. He took a long, shuddering breath. Slowly, the frantic light in his eyes began to dim, replaced by a dull, manageable exhaustion. He nodded once and walked out of the office without another word. I went back to my desk, but the roof claim no longer held my interest. I pulled the silver watch from my pocket. It was a heavy piece of metal, an anchor in its own right. I opened the back casing with a small screwdriver I kept in my drawer. Inside, the gears were turning with a precision that felt holy. I hadn't just repaired a watch in that mine. I had recalibrated the heartbeat of my own corner of the universe. My phone buzzed, a text from Sarah. "The horizon is holding," it read, "but the birds are flying lower than they used to. Have you noticed?" I walked to the window. She was right. The sparrows and crows weren't soaring. They were hugging the rooftops, staying close to the solid structures of the world. Even the animals knew that the sky had grown hungry for a moment, and they weren't ready to trust the heights again. "Gravity has a long memory," I replied. I left work early. No one questioned me. The entire city was operating in a daze of half-speed productivity. I drove toward the outskirts, toward the park where I had first seen the man with the missing reflection. The park was busy. Families were picnicking, children were running through the grass, and dogs were barking at shadows that finally behaved. But there was a tension in the air, a collective breath being held. People were touching each other more, holding hands, ruffling hair, leaning against shoulders. It was a city of people constantly checking to see if their neighbors were still made of meat and bone. I found the bench where I had sat during the first hour of the absence. It felt like a lifetime ago. I sat down and let the sun bake into my coat. "You're the one," a voice said. I looked up. A woman was standing a few feet away. She was elderly, wearing a thick wool cardigan despite the warmth of the afternoon. She was clutching a string of prayer beads, her fingers moving over them with frantic speed. "The one who went down," she said. It wasn't a question. "I don't know what you mean," I said, the instinct to hide still sharp. She walked closer, her shadow trailing behind her like a heavy velvet train. She stopped just at the edge of my own shadow. She looked down at the dark shape at my feet, then back at me. Her eyes were milky with cataracts, but she saw more than Miller had. "The darkness is different on you," she whispered. "It doesn't just sit on the ground, it's sewn in. You smell like salt and old clocks." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. I was just in Hutchinson for a tour. She let out a dry, hacking laugh. "A tour? Yes, we all took a tour of the inn, didn't we? But most of us just stood at the gate. You went inside, you talked to the things that live in the gaps." She reached out and touched my arm. Her skin felt like parchment, but her grip was surprisingly strong. "Tell me," she hissed, leaning in close. "Did it hurt him, the one who stayed behind?" I thought of my shadow, the old one, the one that had grown eyes and a mouth, the one that had stepped into the breach and allowed itself to be shredded into a billion pieces of cosmic thread to stitch the world back together. "He didn't stay behind," I told her, my voice cracking. "He became the floor we're standing on. He became the air we're breathing. He didn't die, he just expanded." The woman closed her eyes, and a single tear tracked through the deep wrinkles of her cheek. She let go of my arm and began to walk away, her prayer beads clicking like the gears of a watch. "Then we must walk softly," she muttered to herself. "We are walking on a sacrifice." I stayed on the bench for a long time after she left. I watched the sun descend, watching the shadows of the trees stretch out across the grass like long, reaching fingers. I realized then that I could never go back to the man I was. That Mark Sumner had vanished the moment his shadow had stood up and walked away. I was something new now. I was a witness. I drove home in the twilight. When I entered my house, I didn't turn on the lights right away. I stood in the hallway, letting my eyes adjust to the gloom. I could see the outlines of my furniture, the solid shapes of my life. I walked into the kitchen and opened the basement door. The air that wafted up from below was cool and smelled of damp earth. I descended the stairs, my new shadow flickering against the wood. I reached the bottom and walked over to the corner where I had left the box labeled *1998*. I sat on the concrete floor and opened the box. Inside were the fragments of a life I had tried to forget, my marriage license, photos of a house I no longer owned, a set of keys to a car that had been scrapped a decade ago. I picked up a photo of my ex-wife, Alina. I looked at her smile, and for the first time in years, it didn't feel like a phantom limb. It felt like a fact. She had existed. We had loved each other. We had failed each other. These were all heavy things, things I had tried to shed because they made it hard to move forward. But I understood now that moving forward wasn't about being light. It was about having enough mass to create momentum. I took a deep breath and began to organize the boxes. I didn't throw anything away. I stacked them neatly, building a foundation of my own history. I worked until my back ached and my hands were coated in gray dust. As I worked, I felt a presence. It wasn't the predatory cold of the thief, and it wasn't the sentient warmth of my old shadow. It was something else, a resonance. I looked at the wall. My new shadow was mimicry at its finest. It was doing exactly what I was doing, lifting spectral boxes, moving in perfect synchronization. But in the dim light of the single basement bulb, I saw something else. Behind my shadow, there was a faint, shimmering outline. It was nearly invisible, a mere ripple in the air, like heat rising off a highway. It was the shape of a man, taller than me, with broader shoulders. It was the echo of what I had lost. It wasn't back, not really. It was just a ghost of a shadow, a lingering memory of the entity that had saved me. It was the blueprint I had told Sarah about. I reached out a hand toward the wall. My shadow moved to meet it. The shimmering outline remained still, a silent guardian watching over the transition. "Thank you," I whispered to the empty room. The shimmer flickered once and then vanished, leaving only my own dark reflection on the concrete. I went upstairs and washed the dust from my hands. I looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. The man looking back at me was solid. He had a shadow. He had a past. He had a future that was anchored in the present. I went to my bedroom and lay down. I didn't close the curtains. I wanted to see the moon. I wanted to see the way it cast long, pale light across the floorboards. As I drifted off to sleep, I felt the silver watch on the nightstand. Tick, tick, tick. It was the sound of the world holding together. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of rain. It was a heavy, Midwestern downpour, the kind that turned the fields into mud and made the gutters roar. I stood on my porch with a cup of coffee, watching the water fall. Each drop was a tiny weight hitting the earth. Each splash was a confirmation of physics. I saw a car pull into my driveway. It was Sarah's. She got out, wearing a yellow raincoat that stood out like a beacon against the gray morning. She didn't run for the porch. She walked slowly, letting the rain soak into her jeans, feeling the impact of every drop. She reached the steps and looked up at me. Her face was wet, her hair plastered to her forehead, but her eyes were bright. "I couldn't stay away," she said, her voice competing with the thunder. The silence in my apartment, it was too light. I needed to be somewhere that felt real. "I was just about to make breakfast," I said, stepping aside to let her in. Real breakfast, bacon, eggs, potatoes, things with grease and salt. She smiled, a genuine, weary smile. "Sounds perfect." As she stepped into the hallway, our shadows mingled on the floor. They didn't fight. They didn't merge into a single void. They simply overlapped, two dark shapes occupying the same space, creating a deeper, richer blackness where they met. We sat at the kitchen table, the smell of frying bacon filling the house. We didn't talk about the mine. We didn't talk about the thief or the cathedral room. We talked about the rain. We talked about the news reports and the absurdity of the gas leak theory. We talked about the mundane details of our lives, the things we had ignored while we were busy being translucent. "I think I'm going to quit my job," Sarah said, poking at a piece of toast. "I was an urban planner, Mark. I spent all my time trying to make cities look like they weren't there. Glass towers, hidden infrastructure, seamless transitions. I want to build something that leaves a scar, something made of stone and iron. I think the world could use more scars, I said. It's the only way to know we were here. We spent the day together just being present. We walked through the house, our shadows following us like loyal hounds. We looked at the boxes in the basement. We sat on the porch and watched the rain turn to a mist. As the evening came, the clouds broke, and a final, brilliant ray of sun hit the wet street. I looked at Sarah. She was looking at the horizon, her profile sharp against the fading light. "Do you think it will ever happen again?" she asked. "The absence." I thought about the silver watch. I thought about the way the universe had felt like a fraying garment. "The thief said we were a race that had forgotten how to be heavy," I said. "As long as we remember the weight, I think the shadows will stay. But the moment we start trying to be ghosts again, the moment we start preferring the light to the truth, that's when the gaps will start to open. Then we'll just have to keep reminding them," she said. She reached across the table and took my hand. Her grip was firm. Her shadow was dark. I looked down at our joined hands and then at the shadow they cast on the table. It was a single, solid shape, a bridge. I knew then that the night my shadow didn't follow me wasn't a tragedy. It was an initiation. I had been stripped down to nothing so that I could understand what it meant to be everything. The sun dipped below the horizon and the house fell into darkness. But it wasn't the empty darkness of the void. It was the rich, fertile darkness of a world at rest. I reached out and turned on the kitchen light. My shadow snapped into existence, sharp and clear. I stood up, feeling the muscles in my legs, the air in my lungs, the steady beat of my heart. I was Mark Sumner. I was a man of substance. I was a man who left a mark. And as long as the sun rose and the stars burned, I would never walk alone again. I looked at Sarah and she looked at me. There was no need for words. We were the heavy ones. We were the anchors. And the world, in all its beautiful, terrifying gravity, was ours to keep. The rain didn't stop that night. It settled into a rhythmic drone that seemed to vibrate through the very foundation of the house. Sarah stayed. Neither of us suggested she leave, and neither of us suggested she sleep on the sofa. We lay on top of the covers in my bedroom, fully clothed, our shoulders touching. We watched the headlights of passing cars sweep across the ceiling, long, rectangular bars of light that dragged our shadows across the walls like slow-moving ghosts. For the first time in my life, I didn't find the darkness oppressive. It felt like a warm blanket, a physical layer of protection. Every time a car passed, I checked the wall. My shadow was there. Her shadow was there. They were tethered to us by the ankles, stubborn and silent. "Mark," she whispered. Her voice was barely audible over the rain. "Yeah." "I went back to the office today before I came here just to pick up my things." She paused, her breath catching slightly. "There was a man in the lobby. He was just standing there staring at a marble pillar. I walked past him and I saw his feet. He had a shadow, but it wasn't attached. It was hovering about an inch off the floor like it was trying to decide whether to stay or float away. He looked at me and his eyes were completely hollow. No fear. Just a terrible, empty curiosity." I shifted, feeling the weight of the silver watch against my thigh in my pocket. "Some people didn't come back all the way," I said. "The news calls it post-atmospheric stress. They're opening clinics for it. But you can't medicate a soul that's lost its anchor." "I think they're the ones who wanted to go," Sarah said. "The ones who found the lightness easier than the burden." I almost did. For a second in that mind when the thief was showing me the perfection of the void. I thought about how much easier it would be to just stop being. No more deadlines, no more regrets, no more grief. She turned her head to look at me. The light from a street lamp filtered through the rain-streaked window, casting a pale, watery glow over her features. "Why didn't you let go, Mark? You had more reason than anyone. You were already halfway to becoming a ghost before this even started." I thought about the years I'd spent in my cubicle, the years spent avoiding the boxes in the basement, the years spent being a man who was merely a series of habits dressed in a suit. "I think I was waiting for something to happen," I said. I didn't know it was going to be the end of the world or whatever that was, but I think I stayed because I realized that if I disappeared, the boxes would stay. The memories would be there, but there would be no one to claim them. A tragedy isn't being forgotten. It's leaving behind a story that no one is allowed to read. I wanted to be the one to read it. We fell silent again. The rain eased into a drizzle. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed, a thin, lonely sound that reminded us that the world was still broken, still healing, still fragile. The next few days were a blur of strange normalcy. I went back to the insurance firm, but the atmosphere had shifted. The frantic energy of the first few days had been replaced by a quiet, subdued diligence. People didn't gossip by the water cooler anymore. They worked with a focused intensity, as if the act of filing papers and answering phones was a sacred ritual that kept the ceiling from collapsing. Miller was different too. He didn't yell. He didn't demand overtime. He spent a lot of time looking at his hands. Once I saw him drop a stapler, and he stared at it on the floor for a full minute, watching the way the light hit the metal before he picked it up with a reverence usually reserved for a holy relic. On Thursday, a man came into the office who wasn't a client. He was wearing a dark, well-tailored suit that looked too heavy for the season. He didn't have a briefcase. He walked with a calculated precision that made my skin crawl. He didn't look at the reception desk. He walked straight toward my office. I was finishing a report on a fire claim when he opened the door. He didn't knock. He stepped inside and closed the door with a click that felt identical to the one Miller had made, yet infinitely more sinister. "Mr. Sumner," the man said. His voice was smooth like polished stone. "My name is Holloway. I'm with a specialized division of the Department of Energy." I didn't stand up. I kept my hands on the desk, feeling the wood grain. "Energy? I think you've got the wrong floor, Mr. Holloway. This is insurance." "We've been tracking the anomalies from the solar event," Holloway said, ignoring my comment. He walked to the window and looked out, but he didn't look at the traffic. He looked at the shadows of the buildings. There were several individuals who were uniquely positioned during the height of the dimming, people who were in subterranean locations, people who might have experienced the phenomenon with a greater degree of clarity than the general public. "I was on a tour," I said, my voice flat. "In Hutchinson, me and 30 other people." Holloway turned. His eyes were a very light blue, almost silver. They reminded me of the watch. "Yes, the salt mine, a fascinating location, high mineral density, deep geological stability, an ideal place for resonance." He moved toward my desk, leaning over it. He didn't look at me, he looked at my shadow. I felt a sudden, irrational urge to pull my legs back, to hide the dark shape under the desk. "You're remarkably solid, Mr. Sumner," Holloway whispered. "Most of the survivors from the mine are struggling. They're experiencing neurological tremors, light sensitivity, a certain thinness of character. But you seem to have gained mass." "I've been eating well," I said. Holloway smiled. It wasn't a friendly expression. It was the smile of a man who had found a missing piece of a puzzle and was deciding whether to fit it in or throw it away. "We're interested in the watch, Mark. The one you were seen tinkering with in the cathedral room. The one that, according to several witnesses, seemed to be bleeding light during the darkest moment." I felt a cold spike of adrenaline. "It's an heirloom, I fixed it, that's all. We'd like to see it, for research purposes, to understand the localized geomagnetic effects on mechanical timing devices." "I lost it," I lied. The words came out smooth and easy. "In the scramble to get to the elevators, it must have fallen out of my pocket." Holloway stared at me for a long time. The silence in the room grew heavy, the kind of heaviness that precedes a lightning strike. I could feel my shadow shifting, stretching toward him, its edges sharpening. It felt like a dog baring its teeth. "That's a pity," Holloway said finally. He straightened up and adjusted his tie. "It was a very unique piece. If it turns up, I'm sure you'll do the right thing. The world is in a very delicate state, Mr. Sumner. We can't afford to have uncalibrated elements wandering around. It creates friction. He walked to the door, but before he left, he paused. One more thing. We've noticed a change in the bird migrations. They're avoiding certain areas. Hutchinson is one of them. Your house is another. Have a good day, Mark. He left, and the air in the office suddenly felt thin again. I sat there for a long time, my heart hammering against my ribs. They were watching. Of course they were watching. A world that had almost vanished wouldn't just go back to sleep. It would look for the reason it survived, and it would try to control it. I left work early again. I didn't go home. I drove to the university where Sarah worked. I found her in a small courtyard, sitting on a stone bench, sketching in a notebook. She looked up as I approached, her expression shifting from surprise to concern as she saw my face. "What is it?" she asked, closing the book. "A man came to see me. Holloway, he's looking for the watch. He's looking for us." Sarah stood up, her shadow lengthening in the afternoon sun. "I saw someone today too, a woman in a gray suit. She was asking questions about my research on urban density and void spaces. She knew I was in the mine, Mark. She knew I wasn't just another tourist." "We have to go," I said. Where can we go that they won't find us?" I looked at the stone bench, the brick buildings, the solid, unyielding reality of the campus. We can't hide from them by being invisible. That's what they expect. We have to go deeper into the weight. We have to go back to where it started. "The mine," Sarah whispered, her face paling. "Mark, they've sealed it. The military is there. They're calling it a hazardous gas containment zone." "Not that mine," I said. I reached into my pocket and felt the silver watch. It was warm, pulsing with a slow, steady rhythm. The thief told me there were gaps everywhere. The mine was just one. But there's a place my father used to talk about, an old quarry in the Ozarks. He said the stone there was so heavy it felt like it was pulling the sky down. He used to say that's where the earth kept its secrets. Sarah looked at me, her eyes searching mine. "You think we can find another way in, or another way out?" "I think we need to find a way to anchor ourselves so deeply that they can't pull us up," I said. "Holloway called me an uncalibrated element. He's right. We don't fit the narrative they're building. We're the proof that the gas leak is a lie. And as long as we're walking around with these shadows, we're a threat to the comfort of the mundane." We left that night. We didn't pack much, just the essentials, the boxes from my basement and the silver watch. We drove south, away from the flickering lights of the city, toward the dark, rolling hills of the Ozarks. As we drove, the radio played a constant loop of reassurance. The Great Dimming was being integrated into the history books as a fluke of nature, a moment of collective vulnerability that had passed. They were already selling solar flare insurance and emergency light kits. The world was turning the terror into a commodity, a way to keep people buying, keep people moving, keep people from looking too closely at their own reflections. But as we crossed the border into the hills, the radio signal began to fade. The static grew louder, a white noise that sounded like the rushing of a subterranean river. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked. "The weight?" "No," she said, looking out the window at the towering trees that lined the highway. "The silence, it's not empty anymore, it's expectant." We found the quarry just as the sun was beginning to rise. It was a massive, jagged wound in the earth, surrounded by rusted chain-link fences and no trespassing signs. The air here was different, thick, cool, and smelling of ancient rain and crushed limestone. We parked the car and climbed the fence. We walked to the edge of the pit. Below us, the quarry floor was a labyrinth of stone blocks and stagnant pools of water. The shadows here were deep and permanent, carved into the rock by centuries of pressure. I pulled the watch from my pocket. In the pre-dawn light, the silver casing seemed to glow with a soft, internal luminescence. I opened the back and looked at the gears. They weren't just turning, they were dancing, responding to a frequency that I couldn't hear, but that I could feel in the soles of my feet. "What are we doing here, Mark?" Sarah asked, her voice echoing off the stone walls. "We're going to set the time," I said. I knelt on the cold ground and placed the watch on a flat slab of limestone. I took a small hammer from my bag, one of my father's tools, and a steel chisel. I didn't want to destroy the watch. I wanted to marry it to the earth. I began to work, carving a small, precise indentation into the limestone, exactly the size of the watch. Sarah sat beside me, her hand resting on my shoulder, her shadow merging with mine on the gray stone. As the sun broke over the rim of the quarry, the light hit the watch. The silver surface flared, and for a moment, the entire pit was filled with a brilliant, blinding whiteness. It wasn't the hungry light of the thief. It was a solid, physical light, a light that had texture and heat. The watch began to hum. The sound grew louder, a deep, resonant vibration that shook the ground. I felt the pressure in my ears, the same pressure I had felt in the cathedral room, but this time I wasn't afraid. I placed the watch into the stone indentation. It fit perfectly. The moment it touched the rock, the hum stopped. The light faded, but the watch didn't stop ticking. In fact, the sound of the ticking seemed to amplify, echoing through the quarry, through the hills, through the very crust of the planet. Tick, tick, tick. It was the heartbeat of the world. "It's done," I whispered. "What did you do?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide. "I gave the world a second anchor," I said. "The mine was the first. This is the second. As long as these gears turn, the gaps won't open here. This place will stay heavy. It will stay real." We stood up and looked out over the quarry. The sun was fully up now, and the shadows were long and sharp. I looked down at my feet. My shadow was there, as dark and solid as ever, but it wasn't alone. Beside it, the shimmering outline of the man, the echo of my old shadow, was visible again. It wasn't fading this time. It was standing tall, its hand resting on the shoulder of my new shadow. It looked like a guardian. It looked like a king. "We can't go back to our old lives," Sarah said, her voice steady. "Holloway and the others, they'll find the watch. They'll try to take it." "Let them try," I said. "The stone has claimed it now, and the stone doesn't let go." We walked back to the car, our footsteps heavy and purposeful. We didn't know where we were going, or what the future held in a world that was still learning how to be whole. But as we drove away from the quarry, I looked in the rearview mirror. The birds were flying high again. They were soaring into the blue, their wings catching the light, their shadows dancing over the hills. They knew the sky was safe. They knew the floor would hold. I reached out and took Sarah's hand. We were the witnesses. We were the keepers of the weight. And as we moved forward into the new day, our shadows followed us, faithful and true, marking our path through a world that was no longer afraid of the dark. The silver watch continued to tick, deep in the heart of the Ozarks, a silent, steady pulse that reminded the universe that here, at least, the time was exactly what it was meant to be. And for the first time since the night my shadow didn't follow me, I felt a profound, unshakable peace. We were home, not in a house or a city or a job. We were home in the gravity. We were home in the truth. And that was more than enough. We didn't head back to the city. We couldn't. To Holloway and the specialized divisions of the world, we were now more than just anomalies. We were leaks in their carefully constructed dam of normalcy. They wanted a world that could be explained away with atmospheric charts and psychological profiles, a world where the great dimming was a singular closed chapter. By anchoring the watch in the Ozark limestone, I hadn't just secured a piece of jewelry. I had hammered a stake into the narrative they were trying to write. We drove deeper into the winding backroads of Missouri and Arkansas, avoiding the interstates where the cameras lived. The landscape here was ancient, a series of folded ridges and hidden hollows that seemed to swallow the sound of our engine. Here, the post-atmospheric stress didn't look like hollow-eyed men in lobbies. It looked like farmers sitting on porches with shotguns across their laps, watching the horizon not with fear, but with a grim, knowing expectation. They knew the earth had teeth. They had always known. Sarah handled the navigation, her sketchbook now filled with maps of heavy places. She had a sense for them now, a tingle in her teeth, she called it, where the reality felt thicker, where the light didn't just bounce off objects but seemed to soak into them. "There's a town called Omens Creek about 50 miles south," she said, tracing a line on a hand-drawn map. "It's built over a series of natural caverns. The census says the population hasn't changed in 60 years. Not one person moved out and not one person moved in. Even during the dimming, the local sheriff reported 0 incidents. No one lost their shadow there, Mark. Not for a second." "That's where we stay," I said. As we drove, I watched my hands on the steering wheel. They felt different. There was a density to my bones that hadn't been there before the mine. When I gripped the wheel, I felt the molecular tension of the plastic and the steel beneath it. It was as if my senses had been recalibrated to a higher resolution. I could hear the friction of the tires on the asphalt as a distinct, rhythmic grinding. I could smell the coming rain hours before the clouds appeared. We reached Omens Creek at dusk. It was a town that time had forgotten, not out of neglect, but out of a mutual agreement to be left alone. The buildings were made of the same gray limestone as the quarry, rooted deep into the hills. There were no neon signs, no chain stores, just a general store, a post office, and a diner called the Anchor. We pulled into the gravel lot of a small motel on the edge of town. The sign simply said *vacancy in faded black letters. The air here was so heavy it felt like walking through water, a comforting, pressurized embrace. The proprietor was an old woman with skin like crumpled parchment and eyes that seemed to see right through the car, right through our clothes, and straight to the dark shapes tethered to our heels. She didn't ask for a credit card. She didn't ask for ID. $20 a night, she said, her voice a low rasp. "Don't leave the lights on when you aren't in the room. The shadows here like to rest, same as folks." She handed me a heavy iron key. As our fingers brushed, I felt a jolt of recognition. Her shadow wasn't just a shape on the floor. It was a deep, velvet trench in the world, so solid it looked like you could trip over it. She was like us. Or rather, she was what we were becoming. "You're the ones from the mine," she whispered, not as a question but as a statement of fact. I felt the watch click into the stone this morning. The whole ridge felt it, like a bone popping back into a socket. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, stepping forward. "Just a woman who likes the weight of things," she replied, turning back to her ledger. "There are more of us than you think. We're the ones who stayed behind when the world tried to float away. You'll find work at the mill if you need it, Mr. Sumner. They value a man who knows how to hold his ground." We settled into the room. It was sparse. A bed, a chair, a small table. But for the first time in weeks, the silence didn't feel like a threat. It felt like a foundation. I stood by the window, watching the sun dip below the ridges. The transition from day to night was no longer a source of anxiety. I understood now that the dark wasn't the absence of light. It was the presence of something older, something that gave the light a reason to exist. "Mark," Sarah said from the bed. She was looking at her sketchbook. "I drew him today while you were driving." She turned the book toward me. It was a sketch of the man from the quarry, the king, the guardian, the echo of my shadow. But she had drawn him with more detail than I had seen. He was wearing a suit that looked like mine, but his face was a composite of everyone I had ever lost. My father's jawline, my mother's eyes, the weary brow of a version of myself that had never been broken by a cubicle. "He's not just a shadow," Sarah said. "He's the weight of your history. Holloway wants the watch because he thinks it's a tool. He thinks it's technology. But it's not. It's a compass. And it's pointing us toward the truth that the world is much, much older and much more sentient than the people in suits want to admit." I sat down beside her. "Holloway will come here eventually. He's the kind of man who can't stand a mystery he can't file away." "Let him come," I said, repeating my words from the quarry. "He's looking for something he can't understand. He thinks the void is a catastrophe. He doesn't realize that the void is just the space where we haven't learned to be heavy yet." That night, I didn't dream of the thief. I didn't dream of the white, hungry light or the elevators that never arrived. I dreamed of the stone. I dreamed of the gears of the watch turning against the limestone, grinding the seconds into dust, turning time into something tangible, something you could hold in your hand like a river stone. I woke up before dawn. The room was cool and smelled of cedar. Sarah was still asleep, her breathing slow and deep. I walked over to the small table and looked at my shadow in the moonlight filtering through the curtains. It was moving, not in sync with me, but with a slow, deliberate independence. It reached out its hand and touched the shadow of the chair. Where the two shadows met, the darkness deepened, becoming a rich, obsidian black. I realized then that we weren't just survivors of a solar event. We were the beginning of a shift. The world had tried to shed its skin, tried to become light and airy and meaningless, and we were the anchors holding it down. We were the gravity that would eventually pull the sky back into place. A few days turned into a week. I found work at the local timber mill as the old woman had suggested. It was hard, physical labor, hauling heavy beams of oak and pine, the kind of work that made your muscles ache and your skin turn brown under the sun. I loved it. Every time I lifted a beam, I felt the resistance of the world, the glorious, stubborn weight of reality. The men at the mill didn't talk much. They were like the town, solid, quiet, and deeply rooted. They didn't ask about my past. They just watched how I handled the wood. When they saw that my shadow was as thick as theirs, they nodded in silent approval. I was one of them now, a keeper of the weight. Sarah spent her days at the local library, a small stone building that housed records going back to the first settlers. She was looking for other heavy places, other anchors. She found references to the Black Wells in the Appalachians, the Iron Hills in the Dakotas, and the sunken spires off the coast of Maine. The watch in the Ozarks is just one, she told me one evening as we ate dinner at the Anchor. There's a network, Mark, a subterranean pulse that keeps the world from drifting off into the void. The people who built these towns, who worked these mines, they knew. They weren't just extracting resources, they were maintaining the ballast. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. I found a mention of Holloway's division, only it wasn't called the Department of Energy back then. In the 1920s, they were called the Erasers. Their job was to find the heavy places and lighten them. They wanted a world that was easier to manage, easier to move, easier to sell. They're the ones who started the thinning. The solar event wasn't an accident, Mark. It was an opportunity they tried to exploit, and it blew up in their faces. As she spoke, the bell over the diner door chimed. The air in the room suddenly grew cold, the pressure dropping so sharply my ears popped. A man walked in. He wasn't wearing a suit this time. He was wearing a rugged outdoor jacket and boots, trying to look like a local. But his eyes were the same silver blue, and his movements were too precise, too calculated for these hills. Holloway. He didn't look at us. He walked to the counter and ordered a coffee. He sat 3 stools away, his back to us, but I could see his reflection in the darkened window. He wasn't looking at the menu. He was looking at our shadows on the floor. I felt a surge of anger, but it was a cold, heavy anger. It didn't make me want to shout. It made me want to stand like a mountain. He's alone, Sarah whispered, her hand gripping mine under the table. He's never alone, I said. There will be others in the shadows, but they don't know how to navigate the weight here. This town belongs to the earth. Holloway turned his stool around, his coffee steaming in his hand. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw a flicker of something other than arrogance in his eyes. I saw envy. "You've been busy, Mr. Sumner," he said, his voice smooth and dangerous. "The local geomagnetic readings have gone off the charts. You've created a dead zone, a place where our instruments can't penetrate." "Maybe your instruments are looking for the wrong thing," I said, my voice steady. "They're looking for light. They should be looking for what's beneath it." Holloway smiled, but it was a thin, brittle thing. "The world needs to be connected, Mark. It needs to be fluid. What you're doing, You're creating friction. You're slowing things down. In a global economy, in a global society, that's a crime. The world was moving so fast it almost flew apart, I said. Maybe it needs to slow down. Maybe it needs to remember how to be heavy. Holloway stood up. He didn't move toward us, but the air around him seemed to shimmer, as if he were standing in the heat haze of a desert. We'll find the watch, Mark, and when we do, we'll pull it out of the stone. We'll recalibrate this ridge until it's as thin as a sheet of paper. You can't stop the future. The future isn't what you think it is, Sarah said, her voice ringing out in the quiet diner. The future isn't up there in the light. It's down here. It's the things that survive the thinning. It's the stories that are heavy enough to stay. Holloway stared at her for a long moment, then turned back to me. Enjoy your wait while it lasts, Mr. Sumner, but remember, the higher you are, the harder you fall, and you've climbed very high on a very small hill. He walked out of the diner, the cold air following him. The room remained silent for a long time after he left. The other patrons, the mill workers, the farmers, the old woman from the motel, all looked at us. They didn't look afraid. They looked expectant. The sheriff, a man with a chest like a barrel and hands that looked like they could crush stone, stood up from his booth. He walked over to our table and placed a heavy hand on my shoulder. "He's a man of the wind," the sheriff said, his voice deep and resonant. "And the wind can't do much to the mountain. Don't you worry about him, son. We've been keeping the weight in Oman's Creek for a long time. We know how to handle his kind." I looked around the room and I saw them. The guardians, the anchors, the people who had refused to let go. Their shadows were all there, dark and solid, a forest of shadows that filled the room with a sense of immense, unshakable power. "He'll be back," I said. "Let him come," the sheriff replied, his eyes gleaming with a fierce, subterranean light. "The earth is hungry for men who think they're lighter than the truth." That night, we didn't go back to the motel. We went to the mill. I knew there were old tunnels beneath it, tunnels that led into the heart of the limestone ridges. Sarah had found them on the old maps. We walked into the dark, our flashlights cutting through the gloom. But as we went deeper, we turned the lights off. We didn't need them. Our shadows were leading the way, their edges glowing with a faint, silver-gray light, the same light that had come from the watch. We reached a central chamber, a vast, vaulted space where the air was so thick it felt like velvet. In the center of the room, a massive pillar of limestone rose from the floor to the ceiling. It was the heart of the ridge, the main anchor of Oman's Creek. I walked up to the pillar and placed my hand on it. I could feel the vibration of the watch, miles away in the quarry, echoing through the stone. It was a call and a response, a dialogue between two points of reality. "This is where we build," I said. "Build what?" Sarah asked. "A sanctuary," I said. "A place for the people who are still lost, for the people whose shadows are still hovering an inch off the ground. We're going to show them how to be heavy again." As I spoke, the man in the suit, my shadow's echo, stepped forward from the darkness. He didn't stand behind me this time. He stood beside me, his hand resting on the stone pillar. He looked at me, and for the first time his face was clear. He was me, not the me I had been and not the me I was now. He was the me I was meant to be, a man who was fully present, fully anchored, a man who wasn't afraid of his own depth. He smiled, and the sound of the watches ticking grew louder, filling the chamber until it was the only thing in the world. Tick, tick, tick. The world was healing. 1 second, 1 stone, 1 shadow at a time, and we were the ones who would make sure it never drifted away again. We stayed in the dark for a long time, listening to the heartbeat of the earth. Outside, the world was still fractured, still confused, still trying to find its footing in the wake of the dimming. But here, in the heart of the stone, everything was exactly as it should be. We were the heavy ones. We were the keepers of the truth. And as the dawn broke over the Ozarks, casting long, solid shadows across the land, I knew that no matter what Holloway or the erasers tried to do, they could never take the weight from our souls. We were home, and this time we were staying. The construction didn't happen with blueprints or contractors. It happened with a slow, gravitational pull that drew the right kind of people toward Omen's Creek. In the weeks that followed Holloway's visit, the town didn't just grow, it deepened. Every morning I would walk to the mill, and every evening I would return to the tunnels, and each time the path felt more like a permanent groove carved into the fabric of the world. The first of the newcomers arrived on a Tuesday. He was a young man, barely 20, driving a car that looked like it had been through a sandstorm. He didn't go to the general store or the diner. He walked straight to the timber mill, his feet dragging as if his shoes were made of lead. He found me in the yard, stacking seasoned oak. "I can't sleep," he said, his voice trembling. In St. Louis, I felt like I was going to float off the balcony. I tied myself to the bedpost with a nylon rope, but I still felt my heels lifting. Someone told me the ground was thicker here. I looked down. His shadow was a pale, translucent gray, flickering like a dying television screen. It was barely tethered to his heels, swaying in a breeze that didn't exist. "Grab the other end of this beam," I told him. He blinked, confused. "What?" "Pick it up," I said. "Feel the grain. Feel the moisture still trapped in the heart of the wood. Don't think about the sky. Think about the dirt under your fingernails." He did as he was told. As his hands gripped the rough bark, I watched his shadow. It didn't darken immediately, but it stopped flickering. It settled. By the end of the shift, the boy wasn't looking at the horizon anymore. He was looking at the sawdust on his boots. He stayed. He took a room at the motel, and within a week, he was helpfully hauling limestone for the foundations we were pouring in the deep chambers. Sarah became the architect of our hidden history. She spent her nights in the tunnels, using charcoal and ochre to transcribe the maps she had found in the library onto the cave walls. She wasn't just drawing, she was anchoring the knowledge. She told me that information, like people, had become too light in the digital age. It was too easy to delete, too easy to rewrite. But a map etched into a cave wall was a stubborn thing. It required time to create, and even more time to destroy. "Holloway's people are circling," she told me one night. We were sitting in the central chamber, the air cool and smelling of damp earth. "They've set up a perimeter 5 miles out. They're calling it a geological survey zone. They're trying to starve us out, Mark. No one gets in, no one gets out." "They're too late," I said, looking at the stone pillar. "The town is self-sufficient. The wells go down into the same aquifer that feeds the caverns. The gardens are growing faster than they should. The earth is providing for the people who stay." I felt the watch then. It wasn't a sound anymore, it was a pulse in the soles of my feet. It was rhythmic, like a giant heart beating beneath the limestone. Thump-hiss, thump-hiss. The hiss was the sound of reality sealing itself, the molecular gaps closing up. But Holloway wasn't a man who accepted a closed door. The first attack wasn't with guns or soldiers, it was with frequency. On a Friday afternoon, a low-pitched hum began to vibrate through the air. It wasn't loud, but it was pervasive, a dissonant chord that made your teeth ache and your vision blur. In the mill, the men dropped their saws. In the diner, the coffee in the cups began to ripple in perfect, concentric circles. I walked out into the street. The sky above Omen's Creek looked bruised. The clouds were swirling in an unnatural pattern, driven by high-altitude drones that were beaming localized sonic waves into the valley. They were trying to shake us loose. They were trying to vibrate the weight out of the stone. The young man from St. Louis fell to his knees in the middle of the road, clutching his head. "It's happening again," he screamed. "I'm losing it. I'm going up." I looked at his shadow. It was vibrating, its edges blurring into a gray mist. The townspeople came out of their houses, their faces grim. The sheriff stood on the porch of his office, his eyes fixed on the ridge where a silver tower had been erected overnight. "They're trying to unmoor us," the sheriff shouted over the hum. I closed my eyes. I didn't look at the tower. I looked inward. I reached out for the connection I had made in the mine, the tether that linked my soul to the watch anchored in the deep stone. I felt the man in the suit, the guardian, stand tall within me. He wasn't bothered by the sound. To him, the hum was nothing more than a mosquito's buzz against the roar of an ocean. "Don't fight the sound," I yelled to the townspeople. "Don't resist it, sink into it, give it your weight." I sat down on the gravel of the main street. I pressed my palms flat against the earth. I imagined my bones turning into limestone, my blood turning into the slow-moving silt of the underground rivers. I let my shadow expand, not outward but downward. I pushed my consciousness through the topsoil, through the clay, through the shale, until I touched the cold, hard reality of the bedrock. One by one, the others followed. The sheriff sat. The old woman from the motel sat. Even the boy from St. Louis stopped screaming and pressed his forehead to the dirt. We became a human mountain. The hum intensified. It reached a pitch that should have shattered glass, should have burst eardrums. But as we anchored ourselves, the sound began to change. It didn't feel like an attack anymore. It felt like a whetstone grinding against a blade. It was sharpening us. The more they tried to shake us, the more we compacted. The silver tower on the ridge suddenly flared with a brilliant white light. There was a sound like a massive whip cracking across the sky, the sound of the atmosphere tearing. And then, silence. The hum vanished. The clouds dispersed, revealing a sky so blue it looked like a polished gemstone. Up on the ridge, the tower was a crumpled heap of melted alloy. They had pushed too hard. They had tried to vibrate the earth, and the earth had simply absorbed the energy and sent it back up the wire. I stood up, brushing the dust from my jeans. My shadow was no longer a flat shape on the ground. It was a hole in the light, a three-dimensional void that seemed to have its own gravity. When I walked, the gravel didn't just crunch, it stayed down. "They'll be coming with the erasers now," Sarah said, appearing at my side. Her sketchbook was open and she was drawing the crumpled tower. That was just the probe. Now they know we're a hard target. "Let them come," I said. "We're ready to show them what happens when you try to erase something that has already decided to exist." That evening, we moved everyone into the tunnels. The town of Omens Creek became a ghost town on the surface, but beneath the limestone, it was a hive of activity. We brought down the grain from the mill, the preserves from the general store, and the heavy iron stoves from the houses. The tunnels weren't dark to us anymore. There was a bioluminescence in the stone, a faint, pulsing glow that responded to our presence. The heavy places Sarah had found weren't just spots on a map. They were nodes in a nervous system, and we were the white blood cells rushing to the point of infection. In the central chamber, I found the man in the suit waiting for me. He was standing by the pillar, his hand resting on a small, rectangular indentation in the stone that I hadn't noticed before. "It's not just a watch," he said. It was the first time he had spoken directly to me, and his voice sounded like the grinding of tectonic plates. "It's a key, but a key only works if there's a hand to turn it." He stepped aside, gesturing to the indentation. It was the exact size and shape of the watch I had anchored in the mine miles away. But this wasn't the watch. This was the lock. "Holloway thinks he can win by taking the watch," the guardian said. "He doesn't realize that the watch is already gone. It has melted into the ridge. It's part of the mountain now. What he's coming for is the ghost of a machine. What you have to defend is the reality of the stone." "How do we fight them?" I asked. "They have technology we can't even name." The guardian smiled, and for a moment his face shifted, showing me a glimpse of the world before the dimming. A world where people were so light they were practically transparent, floating through their lives without ever touching the ground. "You don't fight them with weapons," he said. "You fight them with presence. You make yourself so undeniably real that their thin world simply ceases to function around you. Their planes will fall because they don't believe in gravity. Their guns will jam because they don't believe in friction. You are the law of the land now, Mark Sumner. Enforce it." The attack came at midnight. We heard the rotors first, heavy black helicopters that didn't show up on any radar, gliding over the ridges like predatory insects. They didn't land. They hovered over the town, dropping ropes. Men in gray, frictionless suits slid down, their movements blurred by stealth fields that made them look like glitches in reality. These were the erasers. They carried weapons that didn't fire bullets, but bursts of high-intensity light designed to bleach the shadow out of an object, rendering it brittle and easy to shatter. They moved through the empty streets of Omen's Creek like ghosts. They broke into the diner, the general store, the motel. They found nothing. No people, no shadows, no resistance. Then they found the entrance to the mill. I stood in the doorway of the timber yard, my shadow stretching out before me like a carpet of black velvet. I didn't carry a gun. I carried a heavy iron crowbar, more for the weight of it than for use as a weapon. The lead eraser stopped 10 feet away. His face was hidden behind a silver visor that reflected the moonlight. He raised his weapon, a sleek, white rifle that hummed with a hungry energy. "Mark Sumner," a voice came from the visor, synthesized and cold. "You are in possession of state property. Surrender the anomaly and vacate the substrata immediately." "You're standing on my shadow," I said quietly. The eraser looked down. The edges of his boots were being swallowed by the darkness stretching out from my feet. He tried to step back, but his foot stuck. It wasn't a physical trap, it was a gravitational one. The density of my shadow was so great that it was pulling at the very molecules of his suit. "Initiating bleaching," the eraser said. He pulled the trigger. A beam of blinding, white light hit me square in the chest. In the old world, it would have vaporized me, or at the very least, stripped the shadow from my bones. But I didn't flinch. I felt the light hit me and I simply absorbed it. I was so heavy, so dense with the history of the stone and the ticking of the watch, that the light had nowhere to go. It was like throwing a pebble into a black hole. The eraser's rifle began to whine, the power cells overloading as they tried to compensate for the total lack of effect. "My turn," I said. I didn't move toward him. I just leaned my weight forward. The ground beneath the eraser's feet suddenly gave way, not because it broke, but because it became fluid. The limestone turned to quicksand under the sheer pressure of my intent. The eraser screamed as he began to sink, his frictionless suit useless against the raw, primordial hunger of the earth. Behind him, the other erasers opened fire. The yard was filled with beams of white light, a chaotic web of erasure. From the shadows of the lumber piles, the others emerged. The sheriff, the mill workers, the old woman. They didn't run. They walked with a slow, deliberate pace. Every step they took sent a shockwave through the ground. Every time an eraser's beam hit them, the light was swallowed, making their shadows grow even darker, even more substantial. It wasn't a battle, it was a reclamation. The erasers panicked. They tried to retreat to their ropes, but the helicopters above were having their own problems. The heavy zone we had created was reaching up into the sky, dragging at the rotors, pulling the black machines down toward the ridges. One of the helicopters tilted sharply, its pilot struggling against a sudden, massive increase in his own body weight. He couldn't lift his hands to the controls. The machine plummeted, not exploding, but thudding into the hillside with a sound like a hammer hitting an anvil. It didn't bounce. It stayed exactly where it landed, pinned to the earth by the sudden, localized gravity. Halloway appeared then. He stepped out from the shadow of the mill office, his silver blue eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. He wasn't wearing a suit. He was holding a small, handheld device that looked like a compass. "It's not possible," he whispered, staring at the device. "The density, it's off the scale. You're creating a singularity. You'll collapse the whole ridge." "We're not collapsing anything, Halloway," I said, walking toward him. My footsteps left deep indentations in the packed earth. "We're just finally standing still. You're the one who's out of place. You're a leaf in a hurricane and you're trying to tell the wind to stop. Holloway looked up at the sky, where the remaining helicopters were struggling to flee, their engines screaming. Then he looked at me. He saw the man in the suit standing just behind my shoulder, a silent, obsidian twin. "What are you?" Holloway asked, his voice breaking. "I'm the guy who didn't follow his shadow," I said. "I'm the guy who let his shadow lead the way instead." I reached out and took the device from his hand. As our fingers touched, Holloway gasped. He felt it, the weight, the history, the crushing reality of a world that refused to be forgotten. He fell to his knees, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It's so heavy," he wheezed. How do you carry it?" "You don't carry it," I said, looking down at him with something like pity. "You let it carry you." I turned away from him and looked at the townspeople. They had rounded up the remaining erasers who were now sitting on the ground, their weapons discarded, their silver visors cracked. They looked small. They looked thin. "Take them to the border," I told the sheriff. "Tell them Omen's Creek is closed for renovations, and tell them if they come back they should bring more than light. They should bring a soul." The sheriff nodded, his shadow merging with the shadows of the mill. Sarah came to my side, her hand slipping into mine. Her grip was like iron. "It's done," she said, "for now." "It's just the beginning," I said. "There are other heavy places, other anchors. We have to find them. We have to link them up." We walked back into the tunnels, leaving Holloway shivering in the dirt. We went down into the heart of the limestone, past the maps and the stores, to the central chamber where the pillar stood. I looked at the indentation in the stone, the lock that waited for the key. I knew then that I wouldn't have to go back to the mine to get the watch. I didn't need the physical object anymore. I placed my hand in the indentation. I closed my eyes and thought of the ticking. I thought of the gears turning in the dark, the gold and the silver and the starlight. I thought of the great dimming and the way the world had tried to drift away. And then I felt it. A click, not in the stone, but in my own heart. The watch was here. It had always been here. It was the rhythm of my pulse, the weight of my bones, the darkness of my shadow. The pillar began to glow with a deep inner light, not the bleached white of the erasers, but the warm, golden light of a setting sun. The vibration in the floor smoothed out into a steady, comforting hum. The network was active. Somewhere in the Appalachians, a well began to glow. In the Dakotas, a hill grew heavier. Off the coast of Maine, a spire in the deep water began to pulse. The anchors were holding. I looked at Sarah, and in the golden light of the chamber, I saw her shadow. It wasn't a dark shape anymore. It was a masterpiece, a rich, complex tapestry of everything she was, everything she had been, and everything she would become. "We're not anomalies," she whispered, seeing what I saw. "No," I said, looking at my own shadow, which was now standing perfectly still, its hand resting on mine. "We're the foundation." Outside, the sun began to rise over the Ozarks. It was a new kind of dawn, a heavy dawn, a dawn that didn't just illuminate the world but gave it substance. The shadows were long, dark, and unshakable. The night my shadow didn't follow me was the night I finally learned how to lead. And as we stood in the heart of the mountain, I knew that the world would never be light again. It would be real, and that was more than enough. The golden glow from the pillar didn't fade as the sun climbed higher outside. Instead, it settled into the grain of the limestone, turning the cavern into a cathedral of amber and obsidian. We stayed there for a long time, the townspeople of Omen's Creek and the refugees of the light, simply breathing in the weight of the air. It was the first time in years I didn't feel like I was a second away from being swept off the surface of the earth by a stiff breeze. I felt anchored, I felt permanent. I left the central chamber and walked through the labyrinthine passages back toward the surface. The walk, which once felt like a descent into a tomb, now felt like a stroll through a living lung. The walls were cool, but they didn't sap my heat. They shared it. I reached the mouth of the mill and stepped out into the morning air. The silence was absolute. The birds weren't singing yet, but the wind was moving through the pines with a new, guttural resonance. It didn't whistle anymore. It roared. I looked down at the gravel path and saw Holloway. He hadn't moved from the spot where he'd fallen. He was sitting with his legs tucked under him, staring at his own hands with an expression of profound betrayal. "They aren't coming back for you, Holloway," I said. My voice sounded different, deeper, as if it were being amplified by the ground beneath my boots. "The signal is dead. The tower is slag. To your people, Ullman's Creek is now a black hole on the map, a geological error." Holloway looked up. His face had aged a decade in a single night. The arrogance had been bleached out of him, leaving behind a hollow man who looked like he might drift away if he let go of the tuft of grass he was clutching. "You've ruined it," he whispered. "The progress, the efficiency. We were so close to a world without friction, without the burden of this." He gestured vaguely at the solid earth. "We were going to be pure information, light, speed. You've dragged us back into the mud." "The mud is where things grow," I replied. "Information doesn't have a soul. Light doesn't have a memory. You wanted a world where nothing mattered because nothing had mass. We've decided that everything matters." I walked past him, heading toward the main street of the town. Behind me, I heard the crunch of gravel. Holloway was trying to stand, but his legs were shaking. He was experiencing gravity for the first time in his adult life, and it was a cruel teacher. He didn't follow me. He couldn't. The town was waking up, but not as it had before. The sheriff was on the porch of the station, drinking a cup of coffee that looked as black as a puddle of oil. He nodded to me as I passed. There were no words needed. We were the guardians of the anchor now. We were the people of the stone. I found Sarah at the diner. The windows had been shattered by the sonic attack, but the old woman who ran the place was already sweeping up the glass. The smell of frying bacon and hot griddle cakes wafted out into the street, and for the first time in my life, the scent felt like a physical embrace. Sarah was sitting at a booth, her sketchbook open. She wasn't drawing the towers or the helicopters anymore. She was drawing a tree, an oak with roots that went down so deep they entwined with the bones of the earth. "The boy from St. Louis," she said without looking up. "He's in the kitchen helping with the dishes. He says the screaming in his head has stopped. He says he feels quiet." "He's heavy enough to think," I said, sliding into the booth across from her. "That's all it takes." She looked at me, her green eyes bright. "Mark, what happens when the rest of the world finds out? Holloway was just one man, one department. There are others. They'll see the ripples. They'll see the way the satellite imagery glitches over this valley. They'll come with more than erasers next time. They'll come with bulldozers. They'll try to dig the anchor out." "Let them try," I said. I placed my hand on the table. My shadow, dense and solid, didn't just sit on the wood. It seemed to merge with it, darkening the grain of the oak. This isn't a localized phenomenon anymore. When I turned that key in the central chamber, I didn't just lock Ullman's Creek into place. I signaled the others. "The other heavy places," she whispered. "Yes, they're waking up. The Great Dimming was a choice, Sarah, a collective drift. People wanted to be lighter, faster, less responsible for the ground they stood on. But the earth has a memory, and it's been waiting for someone to remind it how to hold on. We're the reminder." Over the next few weeks, the world outside Ullman's Creek began to change in ways the news couldn't quite explain. There were reports of gravitational anomalies in the heart of the Amazon, in the depths of the Gobi Desert, and in the basement of an old clockmaker's shop in Prague. Planes were being rerouted. Certain cities were becoming no-fly zones, not because of politics, but because the air above them had become too thick, too resistant to the hollow physics of the modern age. In Ullman's Creek, we worked. We repaired the mill, but we didn't use the high-speed electric saws Holloway's people had left behind. We went back to the old ways: water power, heavy iron, the slow and steady rhythm of the river. We planted gardens that didn't just grow. They erupted from the soil, the vegetables dense with minerals and flavor that made the processed food of the outside world taste like ash. My shadow stayed with me, but it never returned to being a mere silhouette. It was a companion. Sometimes when I was working in the timber yard, I'd see it move a split second before I did, as if it were scouting the reality ahead of me. It wasn't a haunting, it was a partnership. I was the flesh and it was the weight. Together, we were a fact that couldn't be argued with. One evening, about a month after the attack, a black sedan drove up to the perimeter of the town. It didn't have the stealth tech of the erasers. It was just a car, a heavy, armored thing that looked like it belonged to a different era. A man in a dark suit got out. He wasn't the guardian from the cave, and he wasn't one of Holloway's zealots. He looked like a bureaucrat, tired and gray. I met him at the bridge. "Mr. Sumner," he said, his voice thin against the roar of the creek. "My name is Miller. I'm with let's call it a stabilization committee." "You're late," I said. "We're aware. Holloway was an extremist. He believed the dimming was the next stage of evolution. He thought that by shedding our shadows, we were shedding our limitations." Miller looked at the ground, at the way the shadows of the bridge railing seemed to vibrate with a low-frequency hum. "The government is starting to realize he was wrong. We're losing the infrastructure. Communications are failing because the satellites can't find the ground. The world is literally slipping through our fingers." "And you want us to fix it," I said. "We want to know how you did it," Miller said, stepping closer. He looked at my shadow, and I saw a flash of genuine envy in his eyes. "We want to know how to make the world stop drifting." I looked past him, toward the ridge where the watch was buried, where the gears were turning in the dark. I thought about the man in the suit, the guardian who had waited for centuries for someone to be heavy enough to listen. "You can't make it stop," I said. "You have to let it stop. You have to stop trying to be everywhere at once. You have to be somewhere, truly, deeply somewhere." "That's not a policy, Mr. Sumner. That's a philosophy." "It's physics now," I replied. "Go back to your committee. Tell them to stop the bleaching programs. Tell them to stop the frequency towers. Tell them to start planting trees and building things that are meant to last 100 years instead of 5. Tell them to look at their shadows. If they can't see them, they're already gone." Miller sighed, a sound of profound exhaustion. "They won't listen. They're afraid of the dark." "Then they'll vanish in the light," I said. He got back into his car and drove away. I watched the taillights disappear into the gloom of the forest. I knew they'd be back, different men, different suits, different excuses, but it didn't matter. The anchor was set. The key was turned. I walked back to the central chamber one last time. Sarah was there, sitting by the pillar. She had brought her paints this time. She was painting the guardian. He wasn't standing by the pillar anymore. He was sitting on a stone bench, looking at a small, golden pocket watch he held in his hand. He looked up as I approached. His eyes were no longer pits of shadow. They were clear, reflecting the amber light of the cave. "The transition is complete," he said. His voice no longer sounded like grinding stone. It sounded like a bell. "The world has found its footing." "Is it permanent?" I asked. "Nothing is permanent, Mark Sumner, but it is persistent. The watch will keep time as long as there is someone to hear the ticking. The shadow will follow as long as there is someone brave enough to lead." He stood up, and for a moment he seemed to blur. He didn't disappear, but he became part of the atmosphere of the room, a presence rather than a person. The pocket watch he had been holding remained on the stone bench. I walked over and picked it up. It was warm to the touch. I opened the casing. There were no numbers on the face, only a series of concentric circles that moved in opposition to one another. In the center, a single needle pointed toward the earth. I snapped the watch shut and put it in my pocket. "What now?" Sarah asked, standing up and wiping a smear of blue paint from her forehead. I looked around the chamber, at the maps etched into the walls, at the bioluminescent moss, at the heavy, beautiful reality we had reclaimed. I felt the weight of the watch in my pocket, a steady, rhythmic pulse against my hip. "Now," I said, taking her hand, "we live, we build, we remember." We walked out of the cave and into the town of Omen's Creek. The sun was setting, casting long, deep purple shadows across the valley. I looked down at my feet. My shadow was there, stretching out before me, dark and solid and undeniably mine. It didn't waver. It didn't flicker. It waited for me to take a step, and then it moved with me,